Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined once again by my brother, Dagan Moriarty, coming out of the wilderness. Dagan was with his son, Graydon's Boy Scout troop for like a week in the woods.
Wow.
And anyone up here in the Northeast knows, although it's even worse down where I am, but it's hot as fucking hell outside right now. Dig, tell me, welcome back, because we did, so Constellation 28 was the first time you weren't on the show.
I was sorely missed, but I sorely missed you.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
emerging from the bush.
No.
I won't. I won't bore you guys too much with the details because it's going to play in directly into my topic. But hello, boys.
Yeah, it's good
to see everybody.
Good to see
and
you,
Ramon's mustache, which is kind of like the fifth character, I feel.
It's crawling. It's crawling around.
Ramon Narvaez making his second appearance on Constellation, as I recall, but the first remotely. We got you you already had most of the setup because you're a musician. You got your audio accoutrements, les accoutrements, but we needed to get you the few odds and ends. We got you ready to go. You're calling in from an Eastern European CIA black site, and it's good to see you today. How are you?
I was going to say the void. This is it.
Like you're like talking like you can't give any hints as to where you are in the world. Like there's just simply no hint as to where you might be.
We'll figure out that.
Dude, I totally was thinking that. I had my desk set up and I was just kind of like, there's just like so much stuff in the background. And I was just like, I got to reel in. And then also with just the way the mic arm worked and like the positioning and everything, I was kind of trying to go for more of being able to see my face a little bit versus, the it coming down the way it was set up at my desk. So this is definitely a better setup. But yeah, apologies to come for the void. I was going to say if Chris wasn't here, I was going to say this is what Los Angeles looks like now, but obviously that's
Chris and I were just talking that you were close in proximity to each other right now, and we have full Puerto Rico representation.
Actually, Chris? Speaking of the other day, sorry to interrupt, but I went to this record fair type, kind of like book fair, record fair, like with a few labels, and there's a record shop in Highland Park now that's owned by someone that's Puerto Rican, which I found interesting because there's definitely not a lot of Puerto Rican people in LA.
Oh yeah, dude.
To begin with,
nobody.
And even when I mentioned that to him, he was like, "Absolutely," and it's definitely they're definitely few and far between for sure.
When I first moved out here, I was at a party, and some girl asked me like, "Oh, what are?" He's like, "Oh, I'm Puerto Rican." They're like, I've never seen one." And I was like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean even.
I never knew that.
It's like, it's not common because most of the Spanish, lineage here is Mexico, obviously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So right. I mean, most Caribbeans stay on the East Coast and some of they're either in New York, Florida, or just never left the island.
Yeah. Or in Chicago too. There's the
Chicago.
Big,
all over the East Coast, all over.
Humboldt Park rather.
Interesting.
I have a lot of family in Virginia as well. But
I was going to say,
Virginia, yeah, as Clips might say. Well, Chris, it's good to see you, my friend. How's life in your neck of the woods?
It's good. I've got a busy day today because today is Barbenheimer Day.
Oh, are you gonna go see both?
Yeah.
I'm
gonna start with Barbie though.
Yeah,
because I want to end my day just ravaged with depression.
Right.
And I think that's the I kind of wish I lived in a world where like it was feasible that these movie studios could have like worked behind the scenes to really fuck with people, and like Barbie ends up being like the tragic movie and Oppenheimer is like this really happy-go-lucky like hilarious film.
Christopher Nolan's comedic debut.
Yeah. Christopher Nolan's Spaceballs.
Yeah.
A nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
About the Manhattan, like a Spaceballs about a Manhattan Project.
That'd be awesome. Like, a Mel Brooks movie about the Manhattan Project sounds awesome.
That's amazing.
I want to see both of those movies too. I love Christopher Nolan, as everyone knows, but I have no problem waiting for that to be out, and Barbie too. But I'm really curious about Barbie, and I know you'll appreciate this, Ramon. Dana and I, one of our sisters, Dagan and my sisters, as the audience knows, want to go see it next week, I think. And we were saying that it gives us very Brady movie vibes.
Oh yeah,
and that's something. And I really love the two Brady Bunch movies from the 90s, as I know Ramon does as well.
Dude, when you were living out here, I remember I think we either did it back to back or we did it like 2 days in a row or something. Like we watched the first two.
They're legitimately funny. Gary Cole is so funny. That guy is so funny. He's just a really, really funny guy. And I've said over and over, in Veep, he plays like a content strategist or something for the vice president, and he's out of his mind in that show. Like, he's so funny. And he's just a great actor.
It's so funny. The Brady Bunch movie reminds me of when I was a kid. It was like one of the first times so I lived with my dad my parents got divorced when I was 4. So I lived with my dad between like 4 to like 9 or 10. And I remember it was one of the first times that my dad and stepmom and younger brothers moved to the Bronx. And then they were visiting us in Jersey. And it was like the first time that we were just like essentially hanging out for the weekend. But I made everyone go see the Brady Bunch movie. And I'll never forget my dad. I mean, I don't even know I don't know who would walk out on a movie with their kids in it still. I mean, my stepmom was still there, but my dad literally walked out of the movie. He's like, I can't watch this.
He was too much of a Brady Bunch purist.
No, he's like too much of a film purist.
Yeah,
in so many ways. He was just I can't.
This goes against the Brady Bunch lore.
Yeah, he was mortally offended that cousin Oliver was not represented.
Have you walked out of a movie ever?
Yeah.
Not unironically, I don't think. Like, I used to. So what's funny about the Barbenheimer thing that's going on right now is, and I was saying this to Micah, and you guys must know that maybe you didn't do this, Chris, because you're a little younger, but I don't know. I used to go to the movie theater on a Saturday and see 2 or 3 movies like all the time, and like I would just get a ticket and then just not leave. And
man,
and we used to do that like constantly. So there were lots of movies that I saw probably half or a third because I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this movie, and I just leave and call down on the payphone to come pick me up.
I've never walked out of a movie.
I've never
usually
walked out. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, because like I go to the movie so rarely, like maybe like 3 times a year max. And in recent years, it's like kind of slowed down because of obviously the pandemic. We didn't go see movies, so like, I mean, if I'm going to see a movie, my intention is to see it. You know, and if especially now where it's like, oh, it's $4,000 for the ticket and $2,000 for for fucking popcorn or whatever. You know, I'm definitely gonna fucking sit there and at least if it's terrible, I want to know how terrible it is.
Absolutely.
So,
no, that's true. I walked out. You know what movie I walked out of, guys? I have no idea. I was just thinking this the other day.
Passion
and I have no idea what I was even thinking. What did you say?
The Passion of the Christ, he said.
No, those movies don't offend me. You know what it was? This was probably in the late 90s. It was Analyze This.
Really?
It just annoyed me. I just walked out.
Wow, that's crazy.
And you know what? It was like 3/4 of the way through. I had like 20 minutes to go. And I don't know. I definitely didn't. It was Billy Crystal and Robert De Niro, right? So I knew it was a comedy. I don't know what I was expecting, but I just got so annoyed with it that I walked out. In retrospect, that movie doesn't bother me. I have no idea what I was thinking. I remember getting so aggravated. I was like, I can't deal with like the last third or
you're having a breakdown.
I just left. I left my friends in the theater.
How about going to see people used to go see Meet Joe Black to see the episode 1 trailer. Remember that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Back in
but Claire Forlani, dude, she was so cute.
Sure.
Actually, you know, speaking of movies and Colin, when you mentioned going to 2 or 3 movies on a Saturday. So actually now that I'm thinking too, I think there was one movie that I walked out of, and I want to say it was called like Iron Monkey or something. It was like a martial arts movie. Like I was
familiar. I'm going to look this up.
That movie's so good.
But that's what I'm saying. I was just like not at that point. I was just like not in the mood for it. It was like too much for me. Like the subtitles, everything. Like I forget why, but
it's Chinese.
I think I just thought it was ridiculous, and like I wasn't just in the headspace. That's the only one I can think of that maybe I did. But
it was released in the United States in 2001.
Exactly.
October 2001. You would have been October 2001. September
was
2001.
a big year.
Oh, no, wait. I can't find a release date for the West, actually. It just says a date.
So
That's
also
a big year for movies that you walk out of. Because I walked out of Monkey Bone that year.
Monkey Bone?
I was 7 years old when I walked out of Monkey Bone. I was like, I can't fucking handle whatever the hell this is.
An animated movie?
It's not It's like it's like partially. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah,
Monkey. I have not seen it since I walked out on it. So like, I have all I have are these like faint, my dementia almost like style like memories of like what it like brain interpretations of what it might have been based on like very, very phased and hazy memories.
That's a really good way to articulate that. Like, because I definitely, now that you say that, that's how I remember Iron Monkey as well. It's just like these fragments where I'm just like, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. No, but that, you know, to what Dagan's saying, I'm sure it's a pretty cool movie. I just like at that point couldn't do anything. But it's funny that you mentioned what you were saying before about going to multiple movies. So last week I ended up going to, so there's a theater, Chris, I'm not sure if you've been to it or not, called the New Beverly.
No.
It's owned by Quentin Tarantino.
That's Quentin's, yeah.
And so he does midnight showings on Fridays of his like personal cuts of his films. So back in May, I went and saw a midnight showing of Inglourious Bastards with my sister.
Oh, that's awesome.
And last week, she didn't sit through the double feature, but I decided to, just because I was just like, you know, it's kind of a 2-for-1 package kind of deal. So I saw a double feature of Slapshot and Happy Gilmore. And I had never seen Slapshot. And obviously it's a totally insane movie, as Colin was mentioning to me in text. And definitely one of those movies. The
show scene is like one of my favorite scenes in like all of movies. It's so inappropriate. It's
I mean, it's definitely, like you mentioned, couldn't be probably done today.
No, not.
But the one thing I was figuring out a way, you know, based on, you know, some of the stuff we might end up talking about related to movies and stuff, because I definitely wanted to bring this up to you guys at some point. When I saw Happy Gilmore, it was almost like I was seeing it for the first time ever, even though I've seen it like 100 times. And turns out it was like a 96 like original film print. And just like seeing it in the theater with like live sound and just seeing it like as it was intended, there was just something really special about it. And, you know, just like the back and forth between Shooter McGavin and him, just like, it just like hit fucking hard in the theater.
I almost
and
watched that last night.
I just like hadn't seen it like that. I mean, and I had seen Happy Gilmore when I was a kid, back in 1996. And that's why I thought of, where you're saying about seeing multiple movies. And I actually told this story to my sister last week, and I kind of have some trauma around, seeing Happy Gilmore when I was a kid. And basically I went with some friends. It was like the first time I ever saw a movie, I think, with just friends. I was probably like maybe 10 or 11 or 10 going on 11. And, we saw Happy Gilmore. And then my friend was like, we should sneak in to see Broken Arrow. I don't know if you guys remember. Broken Arrow is like it's like some movie with Christian Slater and John Travolta. And
that's John Woo, I think.
Maybe.
John.
But either way, I got so nervous, and I was just like, we're going to get in so much trouble if we do that. So then what we did, we bought a ticket to see Black Sheep, which is definitely one of my favorite movies as a kid and teenager as well. But the thing, what happened was we bought a ticket for Black Sheep after. And at this point, I'm like, where are our parents? I'm like, we've already been at the movies for fucking 3 hours. But
they're thrilled to be away from it.
Yeah. But so we buy this ticket for Black Sheep. We go into Broken Arrow. And then I was like so overcome with guilt that I literally left the theater and went to the usher and was like, we're supposed to be in Black Sheep. Dude, my friends were so mad.
Dude, like, that's hysterical.
They're calling me a rat. And it was just like, I was so sad, but I also really wanted to see Black Sheep too. And like we got in like just as it started, and like we were able to see it. And like I don't know if it was like subconsciously me just wanting to see Black Sheep as well, but then also being so like afraid like I was gonna get arrested or something.
What did they do when you confessed?
The guy was just like super nice. He was like, "Oh, okay," but then he like went to my friends in the theater and like pulled them out. It was like really fucking embarrassing.
Oh my god!
And then I'll never forget too. After the Black Sheep, like they were gonna do it again. They're like, let's buy a ticket for some movie called like Mr. Wrong. It's got like Ellen DeGeneres and Bill Pullman in it or something. And they literally bought a ticket.
Pre-lesbian Ellen DeGeneres. Because she's being pitched as like, yeah, like the love interest.
But it was like, I think I remember specifically kind of just like in my own kid way, like, all right, you guys do whatever the fuck you guys got to do. I got to get the fuck out of here. At that point, I like called my mom and was like, I just want to go home. I've been at the movies for 5 hours. Anyway,
my dad used to. It's funny you bring up Broken Arrow because we always talk about on the show that our dad has just let me watch the most inappropriate movies, and that was like one of the movies where he's probably like, "You want to go see Broken Arrow?" And I was like 12, and I'd be like, "Yes."
Yeah.
And then we would go and see it. I was especially intrigued by that because I knew at that time that the term Broken Arrow that means a lost nuclear weapon, doesn't it? A broken arrow.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And like nomenclature is like when you lose a nuke.
I almost feel like that was like their version of like trying to like turn John Travolta into Bruce Willis somehow, like the way his hair looked and everything, and that he was and like his general energy.
Poor Bruce.
Yeah, definitely.
Poor Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah,
Face Off too, right? Yeah, John Woo was trying to do something like capitalize on Quentin with Pulp Fiction and like put Travolta as an action hero, as like an assassin. It makes sense, like a hipster assassin. It makes sense in Pulp, but action hero, not feeling it.
I just had like a weird flat. You said John Woo, and I just like I had like an immediate flashback to John Woo's Stranglehold.
Stranglehold,
like
I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah,
it's really weird.
Stranglehold.
That was a game.
It was a 360 game by John Woo, or not John by John Woo. It was probably like a Tom Clancy type situation where that guy's
interesting.
Has nothing to do with that.
I remember the box art was like red.
Yeah,
and with like before we get into the topics, we have great topics today. I thought I'd share this with you. I was going through, so after living here for 3+ years, I finally got a bunch of things out of my garage and moved them into the attic. And I was being really morbid about it, but I mean this. I'm kind of getting I've gotten really officially my effects in order. Like I probably will never see or touch this stuff ever again. Someone will find this when I die. It's like all my letters and my pictures and everything. I've put everything away. And when we sold our grandma's house when she went senile in the early 2000s, I went into the basement of their house and there was just all sorts of shit from the family. And I grabbed a bunch of papers from our great grandfather, James. And James Doherty was the MC of Roseland Ballroom, I think, in the 30s and 40s.
Wow.
And so he had like all of it's actually really cool. Like he has all this staff, like music signed by random people. I was looking him up on Wikipedia, like all these old time guys. So I grabbed all this cool stuff. But one thing I found that I thought was funny was a mega inappropriate list of, it's like a vocabulary list that I guess that they would use like as one-off jokes at the time. So it's like alimony, the screwing you get for the screwing you got. Like that's the kind of thing it has. And some of these are like so racist and inappropriate. It's so funny, but because this is probably from the like maybe the 30s.
Oh man.
It's printed on like almost like tissue like paper.
Yeah, look at that.
And so I thought I would share some of these with you. Some of the more masturbation, a solo played on a private organ. Father's Day, 9 months before Labor Day.
So dumb.
What is this?
Some old-timey dad jokes.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's what I'm saying. This is dope. Like this is like
timeless.
They're probably like studying this before they went on stage or some stupid shit like that.
They all sounded like Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World.
Don't get me started on Mr. Feeney.
Yeah, these are just T-shirts.
What else here? I don't want to even read some of these. Some of these are so inappropriate. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Dig, I'm gonna send you this at some point.
I love that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was just
that's
something
a treasure, dude.
Yeah,
that's so
like
cool.
Some random piece of exploration, beating around the bush.
Dude, you should take it to the road show.
Yeah, take that to the road show.
He passed away when I was 6, so I never knew him. So like stuff like that is such insight into a character that was like a major player in the family before I was really around. you know?
Yeah, I found his like CV, like handwritten. I found a bunch of his like random notes. It's so interesting, like all the different things he did. And I was like, that's yeah, I don't. Mom used to always tell. I think they wanted mom and dad. I think one of the names they had picked for me was James after him, but they didn't go in that direction.
You'd be a freak if your name was James. I feel like.
Yeah, how would you feel about that? Well, we know that we wouldn't know any different, I guess.
I feel like your name really drastically impacts the person that you are. Like I really do. Yeah. Like I think if everybody lived through the exact same experiences, but your name was like Paul, you'd have like a completely different personality. I think same exact experiences, regardless.
Well, it's like
for a topic.
The same exact experiences, except for your name is one vowel away from colon. That does affect your childhood, believe it or not, a little bit.
Wait, so speaking of this, do you guys know all what your names might have been? Like, does everyone else have names that
I don't personally know anyone else's, but they might individually. Like Allie is named Allie ALI after our grandfather on my mom, like my mom's dad, who was Alessandro. Dana, I don't know where Dana's name came from, and I wonder if dad, and especially dad, I would imagine maybe had this mantra of like Dagan, Dana, like these. They're alliterative. I wonder if there was any indication that they would continue to do that with Allie or not. It'd be interesting.
Yeah. That was my family. Yeah. Because my sister was her name was Christina, and my parents were like, I guess we'll just do the other one.
Oh, that's cute. See, it
does make sense. It matches.
It was very confusing and annoying.
It's like Tomax and Zaymot.
Because like I would never for the first few syllables of a yell, I would never know who was in trouble.
That's a good point.
Like that was like it filled me with anxiety. It really was like an anxious thing. It's like I hate hearing my. Also, just like, dude, that name is so common. Like there's like 8 Chris's in every classroom. Like still to this day, probably. Like it was bad when I was a kid. I'm sure it's bad now. So like now, I just instinctually don't listen to anybody when they say my name, because I'm just like, you're not talking to me. You're talking about Jesus or Christmas or something else.
So did you?
Yeah, no, I hear that.
What about you, Dagan?
But growing up with a weird name in the 70s also torture, because no one had them back then. You know, it was like me and one other dude, and usually some foreign kid. It was like, you know, I always thought like people must have thought I was something besides American when they just heard my name. Like when a little white kid showed up, they were like, "That's Dagan." Like I always had that sense.
I think I think there is a model, like a black woman model named Dagan something.
Yeah,
it might be Dagen though. I don't know.
Dagan sounds like. You know Ralph from Ed, Edd n Eddy? Like it seems like it would be that kind of character, like some like foreign sheep herder, like who just doesn't really quite understand the rules.
You know what I don't understand about it though? My parents didn't think pagan. Like that sounds too much like pagan. It's right there. It's one letter away.
Well, Colin. I mean, but see, it wasn't that bad until Colin Powell came around, and just I've said this before and lamented this, but I don't know where he got off saying that his name was pronounced Colin and then ruining it for everyone else.
Yeah. Fucking idiot, honestly.
That was dumb.
Why would you do that?
So Dagan, though, do you know if your parents had a different name for you originally, or was it always going to be Dagan?
No, you know what? That's a good question. I was just talking to my son about this. I was giving him, he was kind of fascinated. I was like, you were going to be named Nolan up until like the last minute. And then he was like, what else were you thinking of for me? And you know, talking about my daughter too. And I remember those, but I don't remember my parents ever giving me like a laundry list of like runner-ups. But the weird thing that Colin and I talk about sometimes is he and I don't have middle names. Oh. And I still do not understand the explanation for it.
I do think it was dad trying to create a tradition. Like, I do think that was like what it was. It was like them and Dagan.
Because our sisters do.
Yeah. Dagan immediately ruined it. And so now the tradition is.
So, you know, speaking of that,
it's off.
That reminds me, I'm the only one until one of my younger half brothers, to have a middle name. So like all my older siblings don't have middle names.
Oh, that's interesting. I very rarely meet anybody without a middle name.
Yeah, me too.
And then this reminds me of also, I was told that, so my middle name is Leopoldo, and cool. That was supposed to be my first name. So I was supposed to be Leopoldo Ramon Narvaez. And then at the very, very last second, my mom was like, nah.
Like, you could be a Leo. You're a good Ramon, but you could be a Leo.
Yeah. And growing up, I was like, I thought Leopoldo was the weirdest name ever. So much so, I probably have told this on some podcast at some point, but I was so embarrassed of my middle name that I remember in second grade, we were like going around and like everyone had to say what their middle name was. And I picked my brother's name, not even Joseph. I was just like, my middle name is Joe, because I was so embarrassed of Leopoldo. But now I'm like, I love that middle name. And I'm named after both my, named after my grandfather and my great grandfather. So it's something where I'm just like, now I've kind of made my peace with it. I think it's a pretty cool name. But when I was a kid, I was just like, Leopoldo.
Yeah. It's hard when you're a kid.
It's brutal.
You just want to fit in when you're a kid. You don't want to be an individual yet. That's when you get older, you want to be distinct.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting
When
it.
you're a kid, you're just like, I don't want to be noticed or made fun of.
I still kind of feel that way. All right.
Absolutely.
Let's get into this here. Where do I want to begin? I don't know. These are all kind of, three of them are kind of interconnected. I guess, Dave, let's start with you and get this one out of the way, especially because I'm just curious, as we tease at the top of the show, camping. This is something you have a deep history with, actually, but don't do anymore. And so I'm interested to see how it all went for you and what this last week was like for you. You were missed. I was telling you to be careful not to get abducted by aliens in the woods trying to scare you. I was going to send you the poster to Fire in the Sky, but I didn't want to completely scare you with the guy getting sucked up into the air. But Dig, how's everything going post camping?
It's nice to be back home. It's nice to be back on the outside. Camping was an adventure. I was really, to be honest with you, I was a little apprehensive and nervous leading up to the big day. I knew, and my son just joined Boy Scouts. He's pretty young. He was never a Cub Scout, so he's still 12, joined this Boy Scout troop. And the whole time I'm thinking, like, when I was a scout, like I was a lifelong scout growing up, right? I was a Cub Scout. I was a Boy Scout all the way until I aged out. I never made Eagle Scout, but I got close. So, and the thing, thinking back to scouts that I enjoyed the most was definitely camping, because on the day-to-day, week-to-week basis growing up, like, especially in your teens, early teens to mid-teens, you don't want to go to like meetings once a week and stuff like that. It's kind of a drag, but camping was always super fun. So I thought that would be a good hook for Graydon. Like maybe the scout thing, he'll kind of feel the same way and hem and haw about the ins and outs. But camping, I think that's going to be the hook. That's going to get him. So we didn't have any weekend camping trips leading up. So he jumped right in to the fire with a week-long camping trip. And that was his first experience camping, period. And I haven't been camping since I was 17. I grew up doing it a lot, a little bit with the family, with our parents, but mostly with Boy Scouts. But it's been 30 years, so I was a little trepidatious leading up to the day. And we got geared up, got a lot of stuff. We didn't have anything. Had to get sleeping bags, had to get all the accoutrement, right? All the props. And Helene helped out a lot with that. And we left for Boy Scout camp, not local. We went down to Maryland, northern Maryland, so like an hour and 45 minutes away. And I thought on one hand, it would be kind of cool to send him down on his own and just kind of like, not throw him to the wolves so much, but kind of, But I knew that if I left that kid in Maryland with the Boy Scout troop, I was coming back within a day or two to pick him up. So I said, let me just go. I'll volunteer to be like an assistant scoutmaster for the week, and then I'll just go down.
That boy's soft.
You know what's funny? That's what Mom and Dad did to me. They were just like, you're going.
Yeah.
And see you in a week. And by the way, when I was 15, 16, we didn't have cell phones.
Yeah. And by the way, do not call me.
But I'll tell you, man, there's so much to break down here. Really what I wanted to bring this up was to make you guys laugh with my experience, but also just pick your brains on camping, because when you do it, even for a couple of days, let alone a week, 6 days, 7 nights or whatever, it's a stark reminder that it's a much different way of living. It's crazy in a lot of ways. And I enjoyed it, but we had it was down in Maryland, so a little south. B, hot week, barely rained, in the 90s most days. And it's not the type of thing where you go camping with the Boy Scouts. It's very regimented. They have a schedule. They have to, everything's based around breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's not glamping. It's not hardcore camping where you're cooking over a fire. There's a mess hall and stuff. But the kids are mostly on, working on merit badges, and they have stations and they have places to be throughout the day. Break for meals, meet your troop back at the mess hall for meals. And then you do, your merit badge thing, whether it's swimming or a survival thing or hiking or archery. There was rifle and shotgun. And it was pretty, it was like, wow, I haven't been in this world. I haven't been immersed in this world for a long time. It was amazing how many things really didn't change. The only dynamic that really was different now was, every kid has a computer in their pocket. They have the phone, and that changes things. But as far as the ins and outs of camping, the facilities, what they're doing and all that kind of stuff, it was like not that much different than the early 90s. So I enjoyed it. I like hiking and the outdoors anyway. So I knew I would look forward to that when Graydon was doing his merit badge classes. I was just going to take hikes. It was along the Chesapeake, so it was pretty scenic, but it was sleeping at night. It was unfriggin' bearable to sleep as an adult without air conditioning. I just immediately thought of, it was just immediate sympathy for homeless people. Especially in the summertime, especially in warm climates. It was like, how does anybody do this? And I remembered I haven't slept without AC since I was probably in my teens. It was unbearable, the heat.
When Dad refused to install the air conditioner at the new house.
We didn't have air conditioning at home either, but
Dad built the new house with all the AC ducts, but then just never put the AC at the outside of the house.
Never had a unit.
He was like, it's too
central
expensive.
air without the central air. Yeah, that's how we grew up. Craziness.
I always love when I hear these little stories about your dad and like you saying that you had to like run and turn the AC off or something like before or like
you would see
lower
his
the
car
thermostat.
Dude, with the stereo too, like we used to put the stereo on and play basketball outside, and you'd see his car like come around the corner and you'd fucking run in, and then you would hope that he didn't see you running, because then he'd come out and he'd be like, what are you running inside for? Yep.
Dude, that stuff cracks me up, man.
Yeah,
seriously.
He still is out of his mind. But so Dave, tell me, first of all, I wanted to touch and pull on this thread.
Yeah.
I share a love of hiking with you. I love to hike. And I go take a hike. When I lived in Northern California in San Francisco, that's a really wonderful place, like Northern California, to hike, because the weather is so moderate. And so you can go to the Redwoods and you can go to San Mateo. There's all these parks. You can obviously go up to the mountains and all the rest. But I really, really like hiking. But I don't think I've ever camped ever in my life. Because if there's something about, speaking of Dad, like I think by the time we got to me, I think when he was like thinking, like everyone was thinking activities, I think Dad looked me up and down once and was like, I don't think this kid's going to be a Boy Scout. Yeah. There's something about this. What's going on here? It doesn't strike me as an outdoorsman. And
where they insisted for me.
Yeah.
I fought tooth and nail at certain points. I just want to go skate. I just want to hang out with my friends. And they're like, you're going. You know what I mean? No, it was the exact opposite, but it is. You do kind of.
That was the other thing I was going to say, was that I think by the time they got to me, I don't think they really gave a shit about what I did.
Well, you give in with the youngest. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true. I mean, that's the thing with camping, that it's such a different way of living when you're kind of off the grid in such a way that, for instance, the one big thing besides sleeping and being drenched at night and feeling like you're asphyxiated, like I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was so hot and so muggy in that tent. But the other thing is just taking things for granted, like everyday things that we don't even think about, like electricity. When the sun goes down and you're camping, if you don't have a lantern or a flashlight, it's pitch black. You're in the middle of this camp, in the middle of the woods, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's like, you really have to, I feel like camping a lot is being organized and being prepared. You know what I mean? Like, the sun's going to go down. I'm not going to be able to get back to my tent unless I have a flashlight. So I was like attached at the hip to my backpack and making sure I was always equipped with what I needed, depending on the time of day and what was going on. But I kind of enjoyed that. That was kind of cathartic, just to be kind of organized and think about like basic things that you don't normally think about. Like, do I have toilet paper? Do I have a flashlight? Do I have a snack because I'm going to be on this 3-mile hike or whatever? That was kind of enjoyable. And I think Graydon kind of rose to the occasion too. I think he did a pretty good job. He's not a kid with an enormous amount of stamina, so I was a little worried. And we walked 6 to 9 miles a day. You know, it was a big camp. Everything was relatively spread out, which I feel like is on purpose. You know, just getting from our campsite to the mess hall was like a good half mile. And then getting from our campsite to the pool was probably close to a mile. So just the back and forth, even if you're not doing a lot of extra things at night with your free time, you know, you're getting a lot. You're doing something that you don't normally do where you're walking, you're not taking the car. He had his bike, so he did that sometimes. But that was the thing for me is I came away thinking like, I really enjoy hiking and being outdoors. For me, it's a shift from my everyday, from podcasting, from being in the computer 10 hours a day. It's just changing up my perspective and being outside, enjoying the weather, enjoying nature. But I'd rather not. Everything was cool. I just rather not sleep over. You know what I mean? I'd rather go on a hike, stay home, sleep. I'm too old for that shit. And then go back and hike the next day rather than connect that day to day to day, which I think Helene's kind of disappointed because she always wanted to do camping. She never grew up doing it. I don't think she's ever really done it. And I'm like, I don't know. I found it a little unbearable. The other thing is you don't really want to camp in summer and winter. You kind of want to do that when the weather's a little more agreeable, spring and fall.
Yeah.
So I'm really, now that we got a little separation, I'm kind of anxious to see if Graydon's going to want to go back in. I was telling him like, you know, it's going to be a hot week. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Just go slow. Don't burn yourself out. But I was also telling him like, you're camping in the summertime. This is extreme weather. It's really much more enjoyable in weather that's a little more comfortable, whether it's a little cooler in the fall, but not frigid outside yet, or in the spring where it's warm, but you could still have a blanket on yourself at night, you know, where you're not just drenched in sweat. So I'm excited to see how he comes away from it, but I'm good now. I feel like I did my due diligence. I put my time in. Next camp out is all him. You know, I walked him through it. So now it's going to be up to him. But let me turn it over to you guys, because I want to know your experiences with camping, if you have any, and how you feel about it, because that was the biggest thing, was like, wow, this is so different. Just kind of roughing it, living out in the wilderness. Even if it's glamping, it's so different than what we're used to on the daily that I want to know how you guys feel about it. And, you know, am I being a complete puss here, or,
Oh,
you know, Ramon, what do you think? What do you think of camping? What, your experiences, if you've ever done it, and do you like it?
Well, it's complicated. And by the way, that's so funny, Colin, that you mentioned that you like hiking, because I feel like I've always like wanted to go hiking with you, but we've never been able to like figure it out at some point. And I feel like the closest thing I have remembered to like hiking with you is just essentially like us kind of like walking around San Francisco to some degree.
Yeah,
like
we walked like almost across the entire city that one day.
Oh yeah,
at least from the middle of the city. Yeah,
I was going to say, so I feel like I've always been, especially within the last few years, I'm kind of envious of people that have gone through the Boy Scout program and have all these wilderness skills that seem to kind of carry over into their adult lives. And I say that also from like this place of like, you know, if something really bad happens in terms of like, you know, if society collapses or something, not to be so dire or serious, there's still that kind of feeling of like, do I have some basic skills to kind of get through? And so that comes to mind. And also just this, like I was saying before, like the natural ability to, you know, start fires and cook in the wilderness and essentially kind of get by. It's, for me, it's definitely something where I have like little pockets of time where there was like, I went camping with certain people, but then like a lot of times like they were the types that like just kind of wanted to do everything. So it was almost like everything was kind of set up for me to some degree. And in that way, I feel like I haven't learned a lot. So for me now, it's become something that now I'm in my 30s. as much as I want to go camping, I have like so much anxiety around it. And that's not to say like I haven't been camping, and it's not that I don't enjoy it, you know. And I think I was trying to think back to when I was a kid. Like my parents did not take us camping whatsoever, and a lot of that is, you know, being a product of broken home, but also like my parents are pretty much city folk in a lot of ways, you know. Like my mom like doesn't ride a bike, she doesn't know how to swim. My dad, you know, grew up in New York City as well, you know, surrounding areas. And I feel like that just kind of wasn't their thing. But then it's like, I also wonder, like, you know, because my dad did spend some time in Puerto Rico when he was younger too. And like, I don't know if he camped then, but it was definitely something where it just wasn't something we did as a family. And I kind of, I wish we did. But then also, like, you know, when I talked to my partner, she's like, that's all my family did. Like we didn't really do much in the summers other than go on camping trips. And her perspective is just like, I'm so, you know, camped out, for, you know, lack of a, you know, no pun intended, whatever. It's like, she's just like, I don't want to go to, you know, cause so for instance, you know, we live in California, and it's like, there's amazing places to go camping. And I've been on trips to Big Sur, and I've been to Idlewild and Lake Arrowhead, and, you know, Monterey area as well. All these places that are just awesome for camping, but we always kind of default to, yeah, let's just get like a little cabin or Airbnb. And I feel like that also kind of ties into what Dagan was saying, which is kind of like having, like, you can still participate in all the activities, you know, if you want to, you know, cook over the fire, and you want to go hiking during the day, you want to go swimming in a lake somewhere. But then you have that spot to go back to. And I see why that is alluring to certain people, because it's just like, in reality, when you're talking about trying to sleep in, you know, 90 something degree humid heat overnight, it fucks with you. And sleeping, you know, sleep health is so important to mental well-being, you know. And as you mentioned too before about having sympathy for the homeless, like, yeah, I mean, definitely, like you can only imagine people that are really in really dire situations, the fact of just them not getting normal sleep ever, like they're going for many long stretches of time, and you can only imagine what that does to someone. But yeah, I think here I am now, kind of still feeling like there's still time, I guess, to learn a little bit more. You know, I feel like I have certain friends that like they essentially kind of center their summers around camping, very similar. Or like you mentioned before with it having to be a certain time of year, just weather-wise, you know. And that's something where, you know, a lot of times I've wanted to go to Death Valley out here, but it's more of like, when can I figure out the exact time that I'm not going to want to fucking kill myself out there? You know,
yeah, it's extreme out there, man.
Yeah, no, and it's just trying to figure out like what's the middle ground. And because I think there's just this kind of, I do have this kind of real desire to, and I'm kind of like just intimidated by it. And going back to when I was younger, I think in terms of my actual experience camping, like I was saying before, that it's these little pockets, like similarly to your son's experience, Dagan. Like, I think the closest thing I can say that I have to that is band camp. I was in marching band my freshman year of high school, and I was in like the pit, like the auxiliary percussion. So technically I didn't have to march, which is pretty cool.
That is cool
for the most part. But, and that actually, you know, was a really great experience in terms of like shaping me as a musician. But like, I kind of wasn't really into the culture of it by 10th grade. But the reason why I say that is because I do have this experience of staying in a cabin with some friends, and like we still had that kind of comfort of the mess hall and things like that. But then other than that, like, I feel like I just have like random memories. Like I think I went with someone I was dating, like camped somewhere near like Newport, Rhode Island. And it's one of those things where it's like, this was probably like 15 years ago. And I still kind of felt the same way where I was like, oh, I didn't grow up camping. I don't have all this experience. And then somehow you just get through it and you figure it out and you learn new things. But then it's a matter of like retaining all that information and feeling confident enough to go, yeah, I'm going to go buy a bunch of gear that I have on hand to just kind of load up a car. And, next time I go to Big Sur, I'll camp instead of staying at some cabin. And that's kind of where I think sometimes also like with gear and stuff, like I there's always that feeling of like, oh, should I really be spending my money on that kind of stuff?
Right.
Can I afford it to like just drop a bunch of money on gear that maybe I might not ever really use? And, that's where sometimes I do see the parallels, as it shouldn't be. Like camping definitely can be this kind of like upper middle class activity that many people don't get to experience because of maybe the proximity of where they are, or again, like even parents like not wanting to, or not willing, or maybe not being able to afford gear to take their kids camping and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so I feel like sometimes all this is kind of running through my head when I'm trying to think like, oh man, like maybe come the fall, that's when I'll go to Death Valley this year. And it's like, I've already been living in California for almost 6 years, and
yeah, but it's never too late. You know what, dude? You said it so well about learning. This is what occurs to me. That even coming off this tough week, I understand the appeal of camping because it's a challenge. No matter what, it's a challenge. And going into this trip, I knew like I would have to learn/relearn a lot of things. In other words, I was going back into territory that I knew I would be making mistakes. Immediately getting there, I would do this differently already. I forgot this thing. So it was something that I knew I would have to have patience to build on because I had no experience for so many decades that I was going to be learning and relearning all of these things, So going in now, I'll be more prepared next time. But with camping, it's definitely a thing built on, the acumen of experience. And the other thing is too, that occurs to me that I get the appeal is if you have a hobby, like let's say mountain biking, that's a perfect or overlanding, or if you have a Range Rover, you want to drive on the beach, you want to do your 4x4 on the beach and all that kind of stuff. Like I understand centering your hobby around just the exposure to the wilderness and just being there for a longer period of time. Mm-hmm. Whether it's kind of on a glamping level or it's much more on a roughing it level. So I totally get that. It's just when you rob yourself of the creature comforts for us, right? It's such a stark reminder of this is a much different way of living, but also the appeal is, I think, in, I guess, robbing yourselves of some of those things and still being able to do it. Like it's a very rewarding experience to cook your own meal over a fire.
Oh yeah.
Or even survive in a tent at night with the bugs and, the bears and the owls and the raccoons invading the campsite, which happened to us a couple of times, which is hilarious. It's you come away feeling like you accomplished something. It's a sense, really kind of a cool sense of accomplishment and that you survived, even though obviously we're in a Boy Scout camp. There's a doctor, there's various, creature comforts. It wasn't like we just went and dropped our gear in the middle of nowhere, totally off the grid, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you gave me a good reminder that it's kind of that type of thing where you're not going to get it the first time. It's something that you have to do time after time to get better. I guess it's like anything, but you got to get better at it.
Yeah. And, speaking of that too, as you're mentioning around like centering hobbies around it and stuff, like I have a really good friend that lives in upstate New York, and he goes on these solo bike treks and he packs whatever gear he can fit on his bike and he goes for like weeks on end.
That's cool.
And I'm like, I would just love to go see him and be like, can we just do some sort of like boot camp, I guess, of like, what's the process of doing this? Because I see that. And obviously I'm seeing it from the social media lens. So obviously I'm seeing all the good parts of it. I'm not seeing him like fucking
the
running out of a fucking pouring rainstorm being like, fuck, with only his bike, but I'm just like, I want to go to him and just be like, hey, like, what's this process? Because this is something that appeals to me to the point where at least I can feel comfortable and confident to do so. So that's definitely appealing to me, and not to take up too much of the camping. So I'm curious to see what you guys have to say as well.
I'm muted. Sorry, Chris. Where are you? Where are you at on this? I actually have no idea what your experience is with this. I don't know if you're more like me, where you're not averse, but just inexperienced, or what.
Yeah, I've camped a couple times. My dad was a military guy, so he would. I don't think it wasn't like a lot. I think maybe like we did like 3 camping things. So, and it weren't necessarily trips. It was like maybe like a night or like a day. And we would go back, cause we lived in Yonkers, and we were city people still, but the process of it, like I could do it. It's fine, but like, it doesn't give me anything. Like I'm very hike averse. Like I don't understand like what is gained. Like you go up, you're sweating, it's fucking hot, you're tired, and you go and you see, oh, look at the view, and it's like, okay, like and then that's all you're seeing, and then you get bit by a mosquito, and then your firstborn son is born with a waterlogged brain or something. It's I don't know, man. It's everything about it is just like I'm very cognizant of the fact that we no longer belong here. Like I'm very cognizant. It's like whenever I see like people diving to go see the Titanic, or like climbing a mountain somewhere, where I'm like, you don't belong here anymore. You're a monkey. You're a monkey with very few survival skills. Don't go on a mountain. Don't go under the ocean. And there's a reasonable degree of like, and even in the woods, like I have like I'm really like, I mean, not fatally or anything, but I'm allergic to mosquitoes, where like if a mosquito bites me, it's like the biggest wealth you've ever seen.
Oh man!
So it's immediately just from that alone, it's like immediately dissatisfying, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna sit in a tent and be alone with my thoughts, as if that's fun, while I'm being eaten horrifying. Piecemeal by a bunch of
a deal breaker,
tiny dragons. Like it's a thoroughly unappealing experience. But it's weird, because like I do think there are places like upstate New York, like Ramon was saying, like that's a really good place it's a fun place biking specifically. It's like a really nice, like I like nature. I just don't like nature's relationship with me and how it just consistently attacks me. I'm allergic to pollen too. So that dude, moving upstate from Yonkers was so harrowing, because like I went from enjoying my summer to being like sick the entire, like I was just like constantly stuffy, like my eyes were fucking killing me. It's like, hey, you got a yard to play in. It's like, great. I can't survive in it, so I actually got more in tune with video games when I moved to a place with more outdoors, because I was so excited to move around in the city, like actually like when I was old enough to be like, oh man, I'm gonna walk to the pizza place by myself, or like walk to the movie theater by myself, and like that was like an exciting kind of thing. And then by the time I was old enough to do that, we moved to a place where you needed a car to do anything, so immediately I was like, well, and the outside was hurting. So I was like,
you were allergic to the backyard.
So it's frustrating, because I do like nature. Like I like that fresh air in the morning, like especially like in upstate New York, and even out here in California, I like it especially out here because no bugs in comparison. Like there's no mosquitoes. I haven't seen a mosquito in months. They're just not real here, I guess. They don't bother me.
Smog kills them.
Yeah, the smog kills them. Or I think I don't know what. It's the lack of rain, probably, because they can't lay their eggs in
Chris,
in standing water.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Unfortunately, where I'm at in Boyle Heights specifically, there's a lot of mosquitoes.
Oh, really?
Which is really bizarre. And I think I might actually be getting more to the bottom of it, in that I think there was a house behind my apartment that has been leaking water, and I thought it was like the building next to us, and apparently they had a leak as well.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, now hopefully that they're getting this in order, because I think this has been going on for like 4 years or so, because every summer in my front yard out here, like the mosquitoes are pretty all over the place. And it's one of those things where I hadn't, because I've visited California for many years, or, you know, over the last 15 years, and never experienced mosquitoes at all.
Yeah.
Only until the last few years. And hopefully it's something that does remedy itself. But yeah, so I don't mean to interrupt you in there. But
No, they are. I mean, obviously they're around, you know, but like in upstate New York, I went to, because I met up with a friend of mine while I was home, like a friend of mine I haven't seen in like 6-7 years or something. And we used to do this walk down from my house to the gas station at the end of my road and back. And we would go down there and we would talk, we would joke around, we would get snacks, and then we would eat them on the way back. And so we were like, hey, let's do that, because I don't know when I'm going to see you again. And it's like, yeah, let's do it. One walk, maybe like 20 minutes. And I came back and I was just covered in welts. And I was like, this is so horrible. Like, it's unavoidable up there.
Yeah.
Outside of, unless you're like winter, obviously, like they're not going to be flying around in December or whatever. But like every other time, basically, like you cannot avoid them where I'm from in New York. Even in like Yonkers, they were, you know, you couldn't really go outside. Like they were there. And they found you. They were like, it's like they could smell the food that you had. And it's like, ooh, is that Giovanni's pizza? And then they would suck your blood. Like you'd it's crazy. And out here, it's like, I have to go out of my way to find them, I feel like. Or like if I do see them, it's like so rare that it's like, okay, I allow it. But like, I would like open my door and like, you know, there would be like, there's a door and then there's a glass door, and then you would open the door and then you'd see the glass door. It would be nighttime, and then you would turn the light on and there would be like 80 mosquitoes like on the fucking glass.
Swarming.
And I would just be like, I guess I'm not going outside because like I'm gonna die probably.
Yeah, you gotta like really. What I've learned down here, being in Virginia, although I'm sure it's even way worse further south, is you have to like very judiciously spray. And everyone does that around in my area. And it's having like this really obvious effect on the bug population here. Like where they come every 3 or 4 weeks and they use their blowers and they just blow the shit out of your yard, and it just kills all the eggs and like all the things on contact. And it kind of works. But I will say, when I was younger, mosquitoes liked me like they like most everyone else. But these days, mosquitoes do not bother me. I don't know why. Like they don't want me.
Same with me.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all. Maybe it's because we have the same blood type or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, largely. I mean, I'll get one here and there. There was a kid at camp, not in Graydon's troop, some kid I would see on the daily. I'm not exaggerating, that his exposed leg, like the back of his legs, his calves, it was one big welt. It was like a texture.
Dude,
like
it's so
penguin
bad.
Or something. I was like, that's the most disgusting thing.
He probably has like a slight allergy to it. It's crazy.
Horrible.
Dude, it sucks. Like, because I remember when I was a kid, I would get them and they would be like no big deal, right? Like it was like something that I grew into or something. It's like an allergy that happened over time, which I think does happen.
It definitely does. I've become much more sensitive to pollen and like and stuff as I've gotten older.
Yeah, it changes.
Yeah, but now it's like one bite and it's done. Like I'm scarred.
What do you guys think about? We've talked about. I think this has come up on a different context in the show in the past, but there is like they know how to do it, but there's like a major bioethical theory.
Oh,
and
yeah,
we've talked about this about killing mosquitoes. Like we could eradicate mosquitoes from the face of the earth if we wanted to, like by poisoning their bloodlines and shit like that, and there's like all these deep theories about why you would do it and how you would do it and the upsides and the downsides. And obviously the upsides are massive because mosquitoes carry all sorts of diseases, but the downside is unknown, right? And so I've always found that like a really fascinating thing. Like we can just snap them out of existence right now.
It's fine. Let's go.
We should
Let's do it. Let's do it.
They say it's getting worse now that it's getting warmer globally. The mosquito problem is going to obviously get worse, and they think the malaria problem is going to get a lot worse. So that might be the straw.
Get rid of it. Get rid of them.
Get them.
If we're killing polar bears by accident, get rid of mosquitoes on purpose. Like the least you could do. Like it's you know, at least have one extinction that's on purpose.
Yeah,
at the very
they don't
least.
seem to benefit anything.
They you know, they benefit like birds, I guess, because birds eat them.
Oh, birds,
like,
bats.
But like, there's so many, dude. There's so many birds. There's so many types of birds too. Like, surely not every. And what about the birds who live in places where there aren't as many mosquitoes? Surely, like, they're fine. Like, I don't know, man. There's plenty of other bugs that could feed birds just as well, who aren't complete nuisances. I would even take wasps. You know, like I hate wasps with a passion. You know what I mean? Because they just harass you.
Yeah, they're annoying like that.
Yeah.
They just stick around.
They don't even have like they don't even necessarily have a biological imperative like mosquitoes. At the very least, mosquitoes are feeding when they're doing that. They're like, I gotta eat. But like a wasp is just a jackass with it's like a schizophrenic with a knife outside of a 7-Eleven where it's just like, I swear to God, I'm just don't provoke me. You know,
like he's asking you to like swat at him so he stings you. You know,
it's fucked up. So it's like, you know,
I give them credit though. I'm fascinated with a thing like a wasp that's small and aggressive, because imagine there was something living on the planet that was so many times bigger than us, and we acted towards those things like wasps do to us. It takes that's courageous.
Yeah, or smooth brain. You know, they're a hive mind.
They're not smart enough to understand that they should be afraid.
Yeah, man, you know, that's a good point.
They split their computational power amongst them, so I don't think we're dealing with the most dynamic creature. But Dig, do you have anything else you want to say about this topic as we exit, or?
No, I mean, I really understood what Chris was saying about hiking too. That really spoke to me, because I felt that way about hiking up until very recently, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I think I just got so fed up with being in my little tech bubble every day, with being a professional animator and podcasting and social media, and I just needed something like a complete decompression. That's really how I found hiking, was to like, it was an excuse to get outside, look into the distance instead of 2 feet in front of my face constantly. And I found that was really the motive. Then discovering like nature and being out on the walking trails here, or just walking along like the path with the vineyards and stuff, that was kind of a result of like, you know what, this is really pretty and I'm missing this on the daily. But I get that, because up until really recently, I felt like hiking was, I would watch like Kevin Smith vlog about his hiking. I'd be like, I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. I would rather be doing something, you know, whatever it is, playing a video game, skateboarding.
A friend of mine almost stepped on a rattlesnake on a hike the other day, and I was like,
that's scary.
And this is when he was trying to sell it to me. I was like, oh, you almost killed yourself to go see a really foggy vista.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Hiking in the Southwest has a little bit of a different vibe, I think, in some ways, because it's obviously a little rockier. It's not quite as overgrown, but there are probably more deadly creatures, and the weather conditions are bad. Because like Ramon was saying, in Death Valley, like I remember going to, like, my ex loved going to Palm Springs, and it is so hot there that I can't even, like, I straight up believe that people are fucking around when they say, oh, dude, we were sitting outside a restaurant, like eating under like, you know, shade or whatever. And I literally that was like the only time in my life where I was like, I think I have heat stroke or something. Like, this is horrifying. And I had to go home.
It was like 115 or something.
It is literally that hot there.
I've never felt that kind of heat.
And it's a dry heat. You know,
crazy.
But it's intense. And so when you hike in like the Northeast or whatever, I think it's obviously much more overgrown, more rocky and stuff, but I think a little more safe from an animal point of view. I guess you can get attacked by bears and moose, but I'd rather deal with that than the small things I can't see, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the bear stuff is not appealing to me.
No, that frightens
me. The mountain lions out here are also like a thing, and so not only do you have like snakes and like lizards and fucking scorpions running around, you've also got mountain lions on top of it. Maybe the scorpions are riding the lions, for God, I don't even know. Like it's just such a fucking hazard. Like I don't belong there, dude.
Yeah.
Like I
get it. Get that.
And hike. I don't know, man. Like I would like to like hiking, but I don't know. Every time I get to the top of like a mountain or something, and I look out in the distance, and I realize like, oh yeah, I have glasses. I can't really see this that well.
You can get an 8K image of it too, and just look at it.
Yeah,
that's
the thing. It's like I could get like a drone or something, and it's like I don't know.
Yeah,
I must say in parting that not to, because I don't want to make it seem like I don't like some of this stuff. I'm actually I love nature. I say it over and over on the show that like I love plants and trees, especially. I think in another world where I understood science better at a mathematical level, I would have been a botanist. Or like an arborist or something. I'm just really into that stuff. So I like hiking and going and being amongst everything and the air and the calm and the serenity. There's something very like rehabilitative about that for me. And it's always been the case. And when I was a kid on Long Island, obviously woods, pine barrens, the beach and all of that kind of stuff, you're just constantly outside. And I always say people think that I'm like this very like shut in person, but I'm like, no, I'm just antisocial. I'm outside all of the time. I'm in the pool every day. You know,
you just don't have to make eye contact with the plants.
Right. Like, and exactly. That's exactly right. I just don't need to, I don't even know where their eyes would be, you know?
Exactly. So it's completely out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, man. It's, I like nature too, but I like a different kind of nature. Like when I remember me and my friend Jalen, when we drove to LA from New York, the first time we moved out here, I had to take a break from driving because like I was in so much pain. I was driving for like 6 hours or something. I was like, I have to take a break and stand up. And we were in the middle of like, I can't remember if it was that top corner of Texas or if it was like in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico or whatever. But we were in like just nowhere, in the middle of nowhere. And we pull over to the side of the road, we step outside and like looking up at like the galaxy and like actually seeing like the stars and stuff, like that's the stuff that is like, this is crazy and this is cool.
Yeah,
I like this.
Light pollution is a shame, dude.
It is honestly a shame. Like because it's really, I don't know, it's humbling to see that, and it's you feel like I don't know if spirituality is the right word, but it's like it's a really weird sense of calm that kind of. My friend had the exact opposite reaction. He was like, "What the fuck is that? Is that the?" He ran back into the car. I was like, "I can't."
That's not the way it's supposed to.
I can't handle the vastness of that I'm feeling right now.
Beautiful,
but I prefer that to being like I don't know, man, running through barbed bushes. You know, like I don't know.
Poison ivy is definitely my nemesis.
Dude, the plants don't want you there.
Yeah, they definitely don't.
Yeah,
I'm allergic to poison ivy. Like I get poison ivy really bad. And I used to like live in fucking oatmeal baths when I was a kid in the summer, basically, just constantly finding myself with it. It was hard. And my dad used to be like, go swimming because it is good for you. Just like to go swim.
Poison ivy as a premise is like, imagine being able to lightly touch somebody and they're visibly distraught and in pain and poisoned. Like that, if that's not a message to you that maybe you shouldn't be fucking trifling around here. I don't know what it could be.
Long Island lesson of life: if you're burning brush, you have got to make sure that there's no poison ivy in it.
Oh, dude, that's scary.
Poison ivy is everywhere on Long Island, and you can inhale it and get it in your lungs.
Get it in your lungs.
What? It becomes poison gas?
Yeah. It's oil. So if you burn it, you could inhale it. Yeah.
Wow.
Nature's fucking terrifying, man. Everybody talks like it is like there's parts of it that are beautiful, I think, I guess, but like also, like if you really look at it on a granular level, like everything outside of your house is fucking terrifying.
Well, dude, it's so funny, like driving down the LIE on Long Island or the Southern State Parkway or Sunrise Highway, and you just in the summer and you look left and right, it's just poison ivy. Yeah, I think if you really look carefully, it's just all poison ivy. You know, it's like one big poison ivy leaf.
Don't you guys get the sense too, as a parting shot, like? I think part of the reason, it might be that I'm a little older now too, is that I feel like it's dwindling. Like I could think of the amount of nature we had when I was born in the 70s compared to now. And I feel like I almost have this enjoy it while it lasts mentality of like, you know, the vineyards behind my neighborhood, I feel like they could be gone in 10 years. They're just going to build houses there eventually. So it's like, let me savor this now.
They're going to build parking lots. For the obscene amount of cars that we have. You ever see those like Twitter accounts or like not even Twitter accounts, just general kind of archives of cities in like flyover states, places that that are now considered kind of like bumpkin kind of place or like completely detached places, and they look like, and it looks like fucking 1920s Manhattan, and then now it's just a fucking parking lot with a Target.
So
and
weird.
it's like, it's so sad. Like if you're not gonna have trees and you're not gonna have like a walkable city, why? Like I don't know, man. That in between of like here's miles and miles of parking is so that
of
infuriates me to no end.
Just gathering and storing all of the heat.
Dude, it's so bad. It's bad for everybody. It's bad from every single. Oh man, I hate our. I mean, this is
the good news about global warming. Not that there's really much good news, I guess, but there is a piece of actually significantly good news, which is that plants love carbon, and the Earth is getting way. You can look at. It's actually fascinating looking at year over year, decade over decade satellite imagery. Like the Earth is greening like crazy. Like I think I was reading that we're growing so many new trees that we're like basically repopulate. There are good things happening, like where trees are coming back in a major way. The good thing about the United States, I think, is that like we have so much space.
Yeah.
And like we just have incredible amounts of space. I don't think a lot of people in other countries, if you're not Canadian, Chinese, Russian, you can't really fathom how much space there is here. And
that's true.
And the American population is going to grow, but then plateau soon. So, and that's going to be happening in other places too. Like what's so fascinating about the Malthusian idea of like us all overpopulating the Earth and dying like that is that it seems like the population is going to cap out and actually start to shrink in our lifetimes, which was considered unthinkable because there's just more responsible living and people just don't want to have kids. There's also not really the like literal utilitarian need for children. Like I need 8 kids to work the farm kind of shit.
Less
so
kids.
I just think that like that whole mentality is gone. And
it's also incredibly expensive in a very prohibitively
right. Exactly. Inflation. I mean, who can afford this shit? It's crazy. But I do
can of worms.
But I do think that in closing, like I am amped at least that the Earth is getting way greener and feeding some of this carbon, and hopefully we can figure out a way to accelerate that and maybe help scrub some of that out of the air. I thought it was really scary that the United States Congress passed the first official, like that we know of, experimentation in blocking the sun, which was like a really big sign that people were like, oh my God, are we really? And people think that can make the problem way worse because if you do that, then it would have to be permanent, basically. Or
I don't know
because once you remove it, then it just gets even hotter. Apparently.
But the plants. Yeah, I mean, it is theoretically good for plants because that's what the planet's going to do. If the planet gets rough, it's just going to overgrow everything.
Yeah,
and then poison ivy's going to crawl up through your fucking sink and strangle you in your fucking sink. It'll be like The Happening.
Man, exactly. I saw that in the theater. Yeah, Ramon.
I was going to say, as you guys are closing out too, I mean, like very similarly to what Chris was saying when he was on a road trip. Probably in 2009. If you remember, Colin, I went and saw you when you were living in Daly City.
Yeah, that was when we did the boat thing, right?
Yeah. And our friend Dave and I, we left at like the middle of the night because he was living in Vegas at the time, and we drove from San Francisco to Vegas, and we had arrived at Yosemite like around sunrise. And just experiencing that alone. And then I'll never forget, like driving out of Yosemite from that high elevation and then kind of easing out into the road and seeing these like massive mountains behind me. And then it's snowing in the middle of June and then it being sunny.
Oh, wow.
It was just one of those moments where like, I think that was kind of my first like true experience of like, wow, this is like healing. This is on a different level than what I'm used to. And it's something that I think it is important to still kind of have those reminders. Especially I do think we are kind of all one with nature in a lot of ways. And it's important to still, as much as, yes, like, nature doesn't want us in the woods or whatever you want to say. I think ultimately like there's still a place for us there. And that's something where I feel when I do connect to that, there is some sort of healing element to that and kind of rejuvenating as well. Yeah. And that I think that's ultimately what to bring it all back around, it's like, that's what gives me the anxiety of where I'm like, why am I not inviting that more into my life? You know, how have I let myself get so kind of caught up in being behind a computer, working on things all the time, being at home? And it's like, you really just truly have to make the time. And sometimes even like, there'll be a couple of days where I'm like, shit, like I haven't taken a walk in a couple of days, you know, and it's just these things that, you know, sometimes when you're in the thick of, you know, feeling down or whatever, it's like, you know, sometimes my partner's like, well, when's the last time you took a walk? When's the last time you went on a hike? You know, and it's kind of like, oh shit, I haven't gone on a hike in months. And you know, you always have this feeling of like, you know, it's good for you. Same thing with like working out or getting any type of exercise. And it's like, you have this feeling of like, oh, I know this is good for me. Why don't I do it more? And then weeks later, you're still saying the same thing. And I'm like, fuck, I really got to just fucking do something here.
Yeah. Amen.
So,
It's like,
anyway,
oh, man,
I'll close on that.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's
like,
very
oh,
well
man,
said. There is something, you know, it's something unique about nature, but like the way it's evolutionary. It's in us. Like, I don't know, I totally feel that and believe that when I go in, I try to be in my pool as much as possible just to take advantage of the time, because half the year it's obviously, or more than half the year it's closed. And at night, or like when it's dusk, I like just go shoot hoops in the pool, like in the little basketball, and the sun sets behind the pool. And I don't know what it is about this place, but and Micah and I have noticed it over the years. It's like the sunsets are always so beautiful. The colors are dynamic as like the craziest. I keep telling her, I'm like, they're side scroller sunsets, like, you know, like the beautiful pixel art sunset, like the beautiful pixel art, like delineated color as it like moves up. It's beautiful. And it's always different colors that you can never imagine the sky even showing you. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. I mean,
it's the wildfire smoke.
Right. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not just that, but that's even making it more smoggy than usual. But I think that you think back like to our ancestors, like deep into the primordial era of humanity. It's like they saw the same shit.
Yeah. We got bad at it, right? That's how we lived once. Now look, that was a reminder last week. It's like, wow, I'm really bad at this. This is our ancestors. This is how they lived. Right? It's kind of funny.
Oh, I'd be fucked if we if like at all. I'm like in this, there's this dichotomy where I want to see the end of the world because I'm really curious to know how it would happen, but I know that I would never survive the end of the world. Yeah.
I feel almost the exact opposite. I feel like I would be like I feel like I would thrive so well because I was like, because like the only thing that gives me anxiety, the only thing that stops me from being like a functioning person, really honestly, is just the crippling mundanity of like all of this modern shit.
Would you become a warlord?
I've talked about this before, like just answering emails and shit. Just like, oh my God, I would rather be, I would rather just be in the fucking woods than answer emails.
Well,
Chris,
there you go. There's something appealing about that. Yeah.
Chris, would you be a warlord in the apocalypse?
No, I think I'd be like, I don't know the terminology. The closest terminology I can think of is like, I feel like I would be like a rogue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'd be sneaking around and like swiping picnic baskets.
Unaffiliated.
Dagan will be a slaver. We all know it.
That's so funny.
Ramon, let's go to you, my friend. Because I think Chris and I have a kind of somewhat connected topic,
absolutely.
actually. So I want to go to you, and then Chris and I will wrap up. So hit us with your topic this week.
Yeah, and I think even like there might be some connecting points with this topic.
I think so too. That's why I wanted to get Dagan's out first, so we can at least have some sort of tether from one to the next. Yes.
So recently, within the last year or so we did a Sacred Symbols Plus back in February when I was at your place, about me kind of getting back into games. And, you know, I hadn't played games for quite a bit of time, or at least like seriously had it as part of my somewhat day to day. And in the last year or so, you know, you gave me a Switch, which was really generous of you. And it's been super, super helpful in just with my mental health in a lot of ways, but also me just remembering how much I loved games to begin with. And I started playing games when I was probably 3 or 4. And so that being said, I, within the last year or so, I've been playing Switch with my nephew Anthony. He's 8 years old, and we try to play probably once a week at least. Sometimes it's like every other week, depending on what's going on. We started playing, what was it? Mario 3D World, just because that was kind of like a game that we both had that we could at least continue on. And it was something to look forward to every week, just kind of building upon the game that we had together. And, in many ways, I remember being as a kid in terms of just like how much you're kind of absorbing and taking in, and also how like fickle kids can be in certain ways. Not to say that my nephew's fickle in any way, but I say this in that by the next time I went to visit him, like he had gotten the Portal companion collection. And I say this because one, that game, it's one of those games that I just didn't really know about. And it's, came out like, what is it, like 16 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's one of those games that by me not really being as serious into games, like it's just something that I've just kind of overlooked in many ways. And I bring this game up in particular because my nephew is just like a total whiz at the game, and he's beaten it many times, and he now plays with like the developer commentary on, and he's just like absorbing it, and he's really amazing. And I think it's something where when he first showed me that game, I was like almost like puking from dizziness. And the reason, so I say all this to give this backstory because I was joking around with my sister, his mom, my sister Teresa, and like having these memories, and this is more or less what the topic is, and it's showing previous generations, or our parents' generations, depending on when that was, video games. And the reason why I say that is because what instantly came to mind was like when we were younger, how like I felt like, I guess as a millennial, Dagan, you're Generation X technically, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Chris, you probably be a millennial, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah. We're in that. I'm in that weird space.
Okay.
Where like apparently like this is real. This is a term that I'm seeing around now, which is like zillennial, which is like in between millennial and Gen Z or something. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'm a millennial. I'm like tail end of
tail end.
Yeah. And I'm somewhere like kind of like Colin and I are kind of somewhere like
we're elder millennial, right? Isn't that what they call us?
Exactly. Or geriatric millennials.
Geriatric
octogenarian millennials.
So the reason why I say that, because I do feel like, and you guys can speak more to this, in that like the boomer generation, I feel like maybe we're the first generation to kind of not really have games, and to kind of see it play out from the arcade to home entertainment systems. And the reason why I say this is because what I was joking around with my sister about was like, yes, I was joking about Portal, and that at first I felt like I was going to puke, but eventually I just got around to it. And now me and my nephew play it pretty much almost every other week. And it's really helpful, and I really enjoy it. And I also thought I would never really be as into like a puzzle style game like that. I know, Colin, you'd mentioned like that's not necessarily your thing.
Yeah, I can't do puzzle games. No game made me feel stupider than when Portal came out.
Portal.
I was kind of feeling that same way, but then like kind of going with it a little bit and realizing like, oh yeah, this is definitely scratching some sort of itch that feels like it's like, as a geriatric millennial, keeping my mind right. But so I say this because eventually I just came around to it, and I think it's because I had instilled in me some sort of natural ability to play, regardless of what it is. And like that comes with being a kid, being 3 years old, being brought up into games. Like my older brother, same differences as me and my brother Joe, as Dagan and Colin, and more or less. But having been brought up into that kind of developing these natural skills. And I say this because I have memories, and this is what I'm curious from you guys as well, the types of memories that you have trying to show your parents video games, or in some instances, like even with Chris, like it might have been your parents showing you video games because of the generation that they're from, or vice versa with Dagan showing his children video games.
Yeah, I love that.
But I say that because I have these really funny memories of like, we're talking about Portal, but it's like something as simple as like Mario. Like I would show my dad Mario when I was a kid. I was like 3 or 4, and like he would be like falling all over the fucking place. Like he had no bearings at all with this simple side-scrolling game. And I'm like, what is it about this game that is like impossible for you? And it created this kind of idea that like maybe like just adults can't be good at video games when I was a kid, or like obviously like you're thinking about that as a kid, but like I just had this memory. Like I was kind of joking in our emails and stuff, like the same thing. We had that Mario Duck Hunt combo, and it was like my dad would fucking take the zapper, like like there's like that little like slot on the top of it. I guess apparently eventually you can like they developed a scope and everything for it, but before that I guess you could like look through like this little slot, and somehow he got that idea. But he's like taking the zapper and like going directly up against this like old ass, when I say staticky, it's like probably a TV from the fucking I don't know, the 60s or something. Super staticky, just like giving off so much fucking electricity, shocking himself, trying to fucking shoot the ducks in Duck Hunt, like super close to the screen. And I remember being a kid, like a 4-year-old, being like, what is going on here? And I just say this, it's like this, there's these things that like either translate or don't. And I feel like very similarly, like my dad has never, and it very similar, like where a lot of that generation also like really looked down upon games in so many ways. And I'm sure this comes up in a lot of your podcasts, and maybe this has come up in like, I know you guys did a topic like why we play games and stuff like that. So apologies if this is kind of forcing you guys to maybe reiterate some of these points, but I do think there has, like, even like I mentioned to Colin when I went on Sacred Symbols Plus, like my mom still has that same mentality. Like when I was telling her that I was playing with my nephew, and she's like, well, Ramon, you don't want to become a gamer. And I'm like, what?
That she even knows that term is weird.
Yeah, no. And I'm like, Mom, where have you been? Like, I mean, granted, yes, I haven't, there was a big gap where I didn't play video games a lot, but it's like, video games were everything when I was a kid, and a lot of people in my generation. So speaking of my mom, similarly, I have this memory of like, if you guys, I'm sure maybe this has probably come up somewhere on either Knockback or maybe, if you guys do an episode of Punching Up, but you guys remember the Power Pad, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course.
So when the Power Pad came out, we had borrowed it from like a neighborhood friend, and he gave us World Track Meet as well, if you guys remember that game.
Of course.
So prior to that game, there was a game, I think maybe it was Konami, because I feel like it looks like the same way as like, say, like Double Dribble did, called Track and Field. That was a different game. I think that is compatible with the Power Pad, but I never played it. But what comes to mind is with that game specifically, like, I remember, if you guys remember, before you had the Power Pad, you had to figure out like ways to like go like this, and then
Mash.
I don't know, everyone had their own version. Like our house version, we took like nail polish bottles and we're just like
That's really clever.
So we did that, but now apply that to the Power Pad. So the Power Pad, you're literally trying to do that as a human with human legs on a Power Pad, and you're trying to like race against your sister, and like literally you're like, by the end of it, someone's like typically like falling off of it, or like you're like trying to push each other over, and it's like it's almost some hybrid version of Twister and video games at the same time. But the reason I say this about my mom, though, because I remember specifically, it was like a Friday night. I was probably like 4 years old or something, and we bust the Power Pad out. Finally, my mom decides to try it, and like we're just like fucking going crazy. and then like she's like trying to like go a little slow, and then eventually she tries like going super fast to the point where my mom pissed herself.
Sorry to put you on blast.
Like I don't think it was I just have a memory of like I don't know if it was like this crazy amount of piss or anything, but I'm just saying it's one of those things where I'm just like my mom just like didn't have the skill set for it, I guess.
No wonder she doesn't like video games.
That's amazing.
That's so funny.
I'll leave it at that. Like I there's a lot of other things that I can probably point to. Like a lot of it does point to also like I have I think one of the great things about the time we're living in now is that it is this, we all have this ability to kind of go back and you know, that's something that Colin, I know you've mentioned with, you know, you're giving me your PS4 Pro for a little bit.
Yep.
And which I really think is going to be awesome. And I really appreciate.
I mean, I assume that's indefinite. I mean, I assume that's just going to be indefinite. I mean, here's the plan, by the way, just to interrupt you, is that, you know, PS5 Pro comes out next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I have 3 PS5s in this house already. So you'll get the PS4 Pro now. And then next year you'll get one of the launch PS5s when the PS.
Sick.
So we're going to move you up, and I'm going to get you a PS Plus extra
sick.
account too, so that you can play the back catalog. Cause I think that's perfect for you. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, thanks, man. Like, and that's the thing.
Nice.
I know like you express this excitement where you're just like, yeah, like I'm really curious what you think about, you know, some of these AAA games that you just haven't played, you know, this entire time in the last like 15, 20 years. And I say this because I do think it's a time where, as much as I, in a lot of ways, hate how much access we have to so much stuff, I do simultaneously love that, in that it allows the cream to rise to the top, if you will, for certain things, certain art forms in terms of music, film, TV, whatever. In terms of there are certain things that are timeless, and I think timeless things are meant to be found at any time. Not to sound, I don't know if that's articulating it the right way, but that's what I'm most excited about now. With obviously, yes, I can get nostalgic and play certain games from my youth and stuff like that. But just like coming across these things that maybe I didn't know were there 15 years ago, and it's not part of the hype beast around it, or, you know, you got to play this game because it's, you know, 2006, and that's what it's the game of the year of 2006. Who gives a fuck, you know? Sorry, but I just mean that as that I think that is also. I guess that ties into what I was saying before about us showing younger generations certain games and them picking up on that too. And that's what I think is super beautiful about my 8-year-old nephew totally nerding out on some of these NES games and Super NES games as well. And like really having this like really nice connection with his father, who's a gamer as well. And that's where I guess I can kind of kick it over to you guys in terms of some of your memories that you do have with showing your parents. Obviously, Colin and Dagan, you guys have the same parents, but maybe you have different stories, different memories,
tell
of
us
this kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll kick it over to you guys for a minute.
All right, cool. Yeah, Chris, Dagan and I will go together probably. So I actually want to hear from you first. I'm curious about this because we had recently discussed on Sacred Symbols that when I went out with my dad and his wife for dinner like a month or so ago, that she expressed surprise that video games had stories. And this to me was confusing as someone who writes video game stories, but also because but in a bigger way, because you realize how this hasn't, she's a normal person, right? It's not like she's like someone like she like lives off the grid and like is like, she's just a totally normal person, you know, and just has no like insight into video games. And I am curious about how you feel about something Ramon said that I thought was so interesting, that let me think about this carefully. The baby boomer to Generation X video game connection is the only one that happened in the opposite direction, right? Because by the time Generation X, like Dagan's kid has kids, they picked up games from him. Yeah. And their kids are going to pick it up from them, and so on and so forth. But actually, games were introduced by an indoctrinated Generation X into the world of baby boomers, and I find that so fascinating. So you're a little younger, and I wonder what your parents take of, like, what your parents, especially because you're a professional in this industry, what your parents take on games are, if they're different between your mom and your dad, etc.
Yeah, it's weird. It's been a while since I've thought about this, but like, you know, my parents didn't really. I don't think they fully understood what games were. Like, as far as I know, my mom didn't play them. I'm pretty sure my dad didn't play them either. I remember trying to get them to play. I remember trying to get my mom to play. I tried to get my mom to play Portal, which in retrospect was like a horrible idea. But I was like 10 or so. Well, not 10, but like, yeah, I was younger and I didn't really think about like onboarding at all, because to me it was like a very simple game. Like, you know, I guess the premise of it's complicated, but like it's not.
Yeah.
The way that I was thinking about it was like, you're not going to die, you know, like nothing's going to kill you. You're not like aggressing. You don't have to like dodge enemies or anything. Like, you're not in danger. So like, it's a really good game to start somebody off with. But like, much like Ramon was talking about, just like his dad or his mom like playing Mario and not having any bearings. Like, it was wild watching it, because she'd be looking at the ceiling and moving, but she'd be like, what am I looking at? And I'm like, that's clearly everything that I'm seeing is like the perspective of what is on screen clearly indicates that that's the ceiling. But like, there was no, it's honestly interesting. And, you know, both my parents were like that. I remember my dad tried to play Medal of Honor with me as well. He tried. He got it a little better than my mom did, but like, he still like didn't really grasp it. It probably gave him a headache. He was probably more sensitive to the frame rate than I was, honestly, at that time. Because I look back at some of those games and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this gives me a headache now currently. So like, I can't even imagine like my dad at my current age trying to squint his way through this thing that he didn't fully understand. I picked up games from family and friends, and you know, my sister had a PlayStation, and we had an NES in the house. But I think that the closest we ever really came to, or the closest I ever really came to really getting my family on board was the Wii. It was the Wii Sports and like Wii Bowling and stuff. Like, that was like a big deal, because that was like my mom understood it, even though to me that was like way more complicated than Portal. like the idea of like motion controls and like all this shit, but like, it was intuitive to them. And you know, we had a couple of nights where we would just do like Wii Bowling and stuff. And more recently, I've been thinking about it a lot, because, you know, I've been out here for a while. There was a period of time where I didn't see my parents for a while because the pandemic was happening, and I had a lot of conversations on you know, podcasts about video games, and I've just been thinking about them a little bit differently. And I was like, I feel like my dad's recently retired, and I was thinking like, I feel like he would like a lot of this stuff if he just understood where to go and what to do. And so I made kind of a distinct effort to move a console into the living room and just sort of play very specific things while he was around. A little manipulative, in fairness. But like, I remember I was like, I'm going to play Red Dead. I'm just going to play the intro to Red Dead. And my dad's like in the kitchen or whatever, and I'm just playing it. I have the sound up because it sounds awesome. It's got like that great score, and it's like, well, we got snow over here. And my dad's like, what is that? That sounds masculine. and so he comes over and he's like, wow, what is this? And he's like, it's a game. And I was like, this is a game? That's crazy. And he was like really enamored with it. I don't know if he ever picked it up. I left it there with him. I think Red Dead's a pretty complicated game to start with, but like, just to crack the shell, in the sense of like, there's a lot here, more than like, you know, it's not just like pixel stuff that you're probably not going to be into. I would imagine. I don't imagine a military guy is going to be like super into like Bobble Bobble or anything, but you know, I feel like that was my experience with my parents. Like they were never really super into it. They weren't super against it either. They would always encourage me to like not spend so much time on it, but they let me, they were cool about it. The worst it got was like they wouldn't let me get Grand Theft Auto, which is fine. Like I got it anyway. I found my way.
When there's a will, there's a way for sure.
Yeah, when there's a will, there's a way. But
I was going to say before we go to Dagan and Colin, and sorry to interrupt you, Chris. On the topic of the Wii Sports, that's something that in my family too is very similarly, where my dad, who didn't have his bearings, like years later, my little brothers had a Wii, and when we had Sports Resort or whatever it was something where it's like, because my dad's just like a gambler and like he's total like, just super competitive. Like it just like took him over, where it's just like, holidays would come and it's like my dad's like placing little bets and stuff, and he's playing basketball and like super getting into bowling, like literally almost knocking the TV off the fucking stand, stuff like that. So like it is interesting, like you're saying too, because I never thought about how like mechanically it is like more complicated, because you are using like your actual body and motion and stuff, and it's like somehow it's clicking because it's familiar and it's bowling and it's basketball and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt there.
No, I mean, it's crazy how popular that console was for that reason. Really, it was that casual marketing to families and children, and it's really smart. But I think something else that just came to me. I think I might want to get my dad into. I think my dad would be really into MLB The Show. I got to see if I can get him. I got to see if I can get him into that, because he's a huge baseball guy. But my experience with introducing people younger, I have a lot of nieces and nephews and cousins. It's a Hispanic family. There's so fucking many of us. And I remember specifically sitting down and introducing my nieces and nephews, who aren't that much younger than me technically, because I'm the second kid of a second marriage. So they're like a little bit closer to me. They're more like siblings than anything. But I remember being like, listen, these are things you have to play if I'm to love you. And I showed them oh my God, I don't remember which Mega Man it was, because I was really curious to see how they would take to Mega Man. But like it was Mega Man, it was the one on 360 in like 2009, I think. Do you remember which
that
one that
Mega
was?
Man 9?
Yeah, it was Mega Man 9.
Yeah,
I remember being like, I want you to play Mega Man 9. And watching them flounder around with it was hysterical.
It's a hard game.
It is really hard, but like they were getting it, and I was like, all right, see, and now like it's so funny, because that was a long time ago. That was like maybe 2014. I did this, and I know them now, and they're like adult. They're like in their 20s, and they're on their own or whatever, and I'll see them online on the Xbox, and they'll be playing those old shit like that. I know for a fact that they would not be playing had I not forced it down their fucking throats and, and indoctrinated them. But I remember like Halo 2 was a big one too, where I was like, we all have to, I will not talk to you ever if we cannot talk about this. And so I forced them into Halo 2 lobbies over and over again. And they loved it. They were like enamored with it. And to the point where like they have a younger, like a way younger brother now, who's in a high school. He just got into high school now. And he loves those games. Like he like, and I remember he would come over like while I was home. He was like, yo, we gotta play Halo. It's like, oh, I thought he was talking about the new one. And he was like, no, let's play. You have Halo 2, right? And I was like, yeah. You want to play Halo 2? You weren't even around when that was out. It was just like, it's a really cool feeling to introduce, to understand that certain things like click so well and are so, there's like Ramon was saying, like there's a timelessness to so much of it, where like even somebody who wasn't even around for the peak of this thing, and despite its kind of antiquity and kind of simplicity sounds like a negative, but like this archaic kind of experience in comparison to some of the stuff that we have now, like these open worlds or like these live services, like the fact that he's gravitated towards this 2004 shooter is nuts and super cool. Portal was another one that I shoved into them because I was like, you gotta. Portal is amazing. Like we don't talk about it a lot because we have no reason to. It's kind of like this. It's a dormant franchise from a studio that has nothing to do with PlayStation, that has not put out a sequel game for anything in eons. But that's a really, I would argue Portal is like a really like required reading kind of game. Not necessarily like you don't have to finish it, but like to experience that and understand like that this is a thing that's possible and that this is a thing that people built. The fact that like a bunch of students in Washington built that and were just like poached by Valve because the premise was so insane in and of itself is like really that was like a really inspiring story for me when I was a kid reading about it.
Oh, totally.
So,
and as I hear that too, you know, like that's what I mean, where I definitely see, I've definitely seen like, you know, at least going on Reddit, like how much of a fan base Portal has. And I think that really, like we were saying before, I don't think everything is necessarily timeless, but I think the things that truly are timeless will always cut through. And I think there's some sort of element with that happening. And especially even me now, like being able to play like a kind of like a remastered version versus the 2007 version. Very similarly to, I know a lot of people are not necessarily as, I think there's a game that I think is fairly underrated. And I know a lot of people are not necessarily the biggest fan of the remaster, is Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey.
Dude, I love Abe's Odyssey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No. Well, the original.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the original, and then I really love Soulstorm as well. I haven't really played a lot of the other ones in between, but the reason I just say that is because like Oddworld was something that I really loved when it came out, and I think Oddworld was technically like my first game that I had on PS1. Like it was like I saw that game when I was a kid, and I was like, all right, now I'm going to do the thing that a lot of kids were doing, which was like trading in your Sega games. In your system for some fucked up amount.
Such a
really, getting ripped off by Funko Land and then getting a PS1. But there's something within that game that to me, at least seeing like the new and tasty version, that's what I'm saying. Like I know a lot of people, it seems like are not really as into it. But at least for me, seeing that on the Switch when I got it, and then kind of like completely falling in love with the game all over again. To the point where I was like so eager for Soulstorm to come to Switch, and now I've played Soulstorm probably more than any game that I have in the last couple of years. And there's just something about that. And this could even tie into maybe some other stuff we're talking about later. There's something to be said about giving people the resources and the time to develop things that are truly original. And I do view something like Oddworld, whether you like it or not, because I know it seems like it's maybe like half and half in the video game press world. And obviously the press world, that's the thing. Like, obviously you guys have been in that same world and you have your issues with it and stuff. But I think there are certain things that maybe don't necessarily get the proper, I'm losing the word for it, but I think
Oddworld is like a lot of people don't get Oddworld. Like I'm so surprised to even hear anybody bring it up because that was a game that was like huge for me. Like I love like I played that in when we were living in Yonkers. We were really, my parents were really close with the superintendent and the superintendent's daughter and I. We would play games and she had Oddworld and I remember
you were young, Chris.
I was young. Yeah, I was Jesus Christ. I think I saw it for the first time in like 1999 or like 2000. And I was like 5 or like I was not old. I was not really that old, but I remember being like really taken with it. Just like the soundscape of it, like that kind of that weird, I don't even, it was like it was unsettling, but it was like weirdly like it was like hypnotic almost, that soundscape and the pre-rendered backdrops and like some of those cutscenes scared the shit out of me, and I was like, but it wasn't scary. It was weird. It was it
was like Tim Burton.
It was odd.
It was very odd, very unique.
It was such an odd game, and I remember like I remember being so obsessed with it, and it's I really like Soulstorm. Like I think it has its technical problems, but like I think it's so interesting. Because it is so classic. Like that experience is so like I expected it to be a way different experience, and when I realized that it was like, oh, this is like just a really fleshed out kind of version of the old one, and that was like a really positive thing for me.
And I know it's like somewhat loosely based on Abe's Exodus, which I've never played Abe's Exodus, and that also ties into what I was saying before about like the fickle nature that I tended to have from middle school through college, where for whatever reason, it's like I was so into Abe's Odyssey. Yeah. But then by the time Abe's Exodus came out, it's like I just moved on somehow.
You moved on, yeah.
But it's like, here I am now 25 years later being like, I don't think I've connected with a game like this ever. Yeah. And now I'm like, oh yeah, I probably should play Abe's Exodus at some point, just to at least see some of the comparisons and, see maybe that's where people dropped off from the franchise. But I also do like, that's what I was saying before, because it's just like, there is something to be said, like not to repeat myself, but it's just, that stuff's fleshed out. And that's what I really appreciate. And I know that's probably, there's so many games that get more accolades or whatever you want to say, that I think when given the proper resources and given the amount of time, that's when things can truly develop. And those are the things that draw people. And those are the things that draw essentially like a diehard fan base, to some degree, where like literally now I'm like waiting to see what they're going to do next. And I think there's so many things out there that don't have that going for it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Dig, I want to kick it over to you because you would really know this better than me. I in my experience with our parents, I've always been surprised until more recently with mom, but I've always been surprised how completely disinterested they have been in the entire operation of video games, what was on the screen, what we were buying, what we were playing. No one gave a flying fuck. And it was truly a sight to behold. It was a whole, I feel like I took the games in such a way, partially because there was such massive disinterest from the powers that be in my life, where I'm like, I'm going to go over here. And I remember, I don't know if this resonates with you, because there are two adults that I remember encountering for the first time as a kid that played games where I'm like, oh, there is something more to this. One was our Uncle John, who is married to our Aunt Joni, who played video games in the 80s and has funny ass stories about playing Zelda. And he always has these funny stories about calling the Nintendo hotline. Like he was one of the people that would do that.
That's awesome.
And he still plays games to this day. And his kid plays games too, Junior, who's in his I guess early 30s now.
Yeah.
And he actually just got in touch with me, Dagan, because he stumbled upon a cache of N64 games. And I'm like, I know someone who might be interested in those.
Interesting.
So he'll talk to you soon, I think. But the other was Dagan's best friend, PJ's mom, who was a dominant player of Sega Master System, Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, and Sega Dreamcast games.
Sega diehard.
And that was the first time but it felt very weird, right?
Yeah.
Like it still felt unnatural. You went to the arcade, you didn't see really many, maybe saw some people in like their early 20s or whatever, but you were playing mostly amongst your contemporaries. And so it's interesting that like mom will tell stories one off now. She was really into Frogger and stuff like that, which was on the 2600, which was before my time, but you guys had that. But I have no memory of them having any interest. And I've really tried to target mom and dad in specific ways in my past, especially dad, to be like, I really think there's something here for you if you would just open your mind to it. And there's just a disconnect there. I just think it is a generational thing. And I'm not talking about showing him Call of Duty or something. Like I'm showing him games like, I think you would really like Civilization or, Sim City or something like that. I really think, and that's what I was so frustrated about for so long. But in more recent years, mom has shown more interest, like a proclivity to being interested in games. And when I lived with her for those few months, I was playing Death Stranding and she was like smitten with that game. And in fact, I was like, oh, I would rather show you. I love Death Stranding personally, but I'm like, you really should. I was playing Borderlands 3 at the same time. And I'm like, I wonder what you think of this game. It's nice and fast. It's beautiful. And she was like, I would rather watch the other game. And it made me, I actually have this like borrowed thought in my mind that it would be fun to do like a limited series of Let's Plays with mom about, see like what she does with thinks of like some games. So maybe that will
But
happen.
only Kojima games.
Only Kojima. That would be that's actually a really funny idea if we played Metal Gear with mom and saw what she.
Kojima games do, in my experience, because when I was home this most recent trip last month, I was playing Metal Gear. I was playing Metal Gear Solid 5 on my Steam Deck, and my dad was like, "What is that, a movie?" And I was like, "No," and he was like really looking at it. Because of course it's all military stuff. He loves that shit. So like, I was sneaking around. And he was like, "This looks crazy."
But dude, it's so funny you say that.
It's so funny though because he doesn't eat, like, that's all it is. Like he's like, "This is amazing," and then he walks
That's
away.
the carrot.
Like he's so strange. He's just a strange person.
It blows my mind though, because I think there are also times though, like when I play stuff in the '90s, where my parents be like, "Is this a movie?" It's like.
That is crazy.
Nowhere.
And it's Sonic 2 or something.
Not even close.
No,
It's fucking Blasto.
or like no, I mean like remember this is kind of I guess somewhat of a deep cut, but it's like my second game for PlayStation. It's come up before where it was that Mortal Kombat Mythologies game. So they had these elaborate cutscenes, and they look great, but it's like in reality, it's like you could still see like it's a fucking video game. You know, even
it ain't people.
Even so.
To the trained eye, right?
But
Yeah.
But Dave, hit me with the memories of mom and dad, because do you share that kind of thing where I'm like, I remember when dad got his first PC when he like went back to college in the early 90s. He got like a 386 Magitronic like PC from like our nephew or whatever. It's like it was a pretty beefed up unit, as it were. Whoa. And I remember it had Doom on it, and like that he just put Doom on it, and I was obsessed with playing it because I had never really seen anything like that. I was probably 10 years old, and I was like, why aren't you he would like go onto the computer and be like, I'm gonna go on fucking CompuServe and send an email or something. I'm like, don't you understand that there's Doom right here? Like all you have to do is click this icon.
Complete
And just
apathy.
complete apathy. Exactly. It was always so frustrating.
Complete apathy.
It really is a crazy experience to know that like so much of it is so amazing, and then there are people who don't care.
Yeah.
Who are like immediate, you can't even avoid them. They're immediately in, they raise you. So like you have to be around. It's weird, man. It's funny that you brought up, Colin, like two adults that you ran into or like that you knew of that who played video games when you were a kid, because I didn't even think about that until you said it. But like, yeah, like I think my interest in it ramped up when I realized that like my Uncle Angel was really into it. And like my parents' friend, I don't even know what his name was, like Jeff or something, but like they were both in it. Was like, what, adults play these? Like, because I was still very much in the concept of like, oh, these are, you know, I'm a kid. Of course I'm playing video games. My parents don't play video games. My aunt doesn't play video games. It must be something that just doesn't happen for a long time. And so like, I remember my Uncle Angel was like, he was my real introduction to like Nintendo actually. Like I had like Pokemon and on Game Boy and I'd played like Mario and stuff. And I had an NES where I played like Shadow of the Ninja. I talk about a lot, and like the TMNT arcade game and all that stuff. But I was really like a PlayStation and leading into Xbox kid. Like that was like, those are the two things. Like, oh, this is crazy. And then he lent me a GameCube for the summer, and he was like, "Hey man, here you go. I've got a Soul Calibur. I've got, Smash Brothers Melee. I've got like this." And I was like, "What is this? This is crazy." And Smash Brothers Melee was a big game for me too. Like my entire generation, I think was kind of like, or like that specific age group was like,
yeah, definitely
really, really hooked on Melee. Like I went to Catholic school, and like after like Catholic school, going from Catholic school to public school is so weird. That's a subject for another conversation. But like we could do whatever the fuck we wanted in Catholic school in comparison. Like public school,
that's so weird.
Yeah, public school was was really regulate, like really, really like strict. Like you couldn't walk outside if you couldn't go across the street to get food. But like in Catholic school, where we were younger, like when the school day ended, the teachers were off fucking duty. They were like, bye, and then we were just kids at the school. Like there was like maybe like two teachers there, and they were just sort of like grading papers while like kids just ran throughout the school like rampant. And I remember we would hijack the math room and just someone would always bring a GameCube, someone would always bring controllers, and we would hook up a GameCube to the math room TV and play Melee in the math room for like
incredible
5 hours. And it was awesome. And that was a huge thing too. Like video games were such a cultural force by the time I was like in like third or fourth grade. It was crazy.
Yeah, so important to our upbringing. I mean,
and those adults legitimized it to me, I think.
Yeah, they were a good kind of lead in, because it was always so frustrating when you couldn't lead that horse to water. I mean, it's funny that Colin and I have the same experience 11 years ish apart, because that was when Ramon sent us the topic. I was laughing because obviously it's a multi or dual generational tier about me introducing my son or my kids in general to games. But the way I was introduced was by no means the adults in my life, because that complete apathy, just complete indifference, lack of interest, very hands off when it came to anything, really, honestly, anything new technologically, but especially video games, to a comical, very frustrating degree where it almost seemed like not only our parents, and again, this was my perspective, because there was always that one weird, quote unquote, weird cat in the neighborhood in the 70s and 80s, like the Radio Shack dude who did have the Vectrex or the Pong system. Like he was on the cutting edge, but it was always that one dude on the periphery, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a common thing. It didn't really hit pop culture yet. And my parents were always, it was almost like funny that they almost existed on a different plane as the video game. Like they didn't see it. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. They didn't notice it. They had no interest. And I remember being, even as a kid, laughing at my dad, because he would be like, even with the technological aspect of it, like, I don't understand how to hook this up. Like, this is a man who just built a deck by himself and built a car completely out of junkyard parts, and he couldn't figure out a coax and an RF in. Like, it was like, what? Even as a 6-year-old, I'm like, what is
Best Buy's Geek Squad charges for video game console installation? Like, you could, that's a service you can pay for, like, to install your video game console, because so many people apparently don't know how to do it. I just
never understood why they didn't understand. It was like, these are smart people, but there was some sort of odd generational divide. I maintain that my parents probably wouldn't have evolved from vinyl records if they didn't love music so much, because they had to adopt the cassette and eventually the CD because they really loved music. But they were just not literate when it came to like new things. And it also I realized that it dated back to my grandparents too, at least the greatest generation in my life, where they just refused to even acknowledge it. I mean, the only time I ever remember my grandparents acknowledging video games was that they understood that they worked on quarters, and here's a pocket full of quarters in the mall. Go play your games. Like,
go fuck off. I'm going to Lord and Taylor.
I was even laughing when Ramon sent this, because my grandparents, for instance, had a VCR. They never used it one time. Like, they were happy just watching their programs. And the only time the VCR was used is when we came over and visited and popped in, a movie. They were just totally content and happy with a certain degree of technology, and it never went past that point. And I remember it being even funny as a kid with, of course, my introduction to video games was the Atari 2600. Again, it had already been around earlier in the 70s, but that's when it really hit the pop culture zeitgeist. And I realized I got it from television commercials and possibly a few satellite older siblings of friends and contemporaries in the neighborhood, older kids that had it, and you're like, oh, I want that cool thing that Robbie has, That was my introduction to games. There were no adults for years until we met Uncle John, because he came along a little later. There were really no adults in my life that were into it at all. Even the cool, not just, right, the baby boomers, our parents, and the greatest generation, our grandparents, but the people that were even born in between, like our Aunt Joni, our Aunt Carla, our Uncle Mike, the people that were born in the early 60s, like the cool aunts and uncles, even them, they were just like really at arm's length from it and really didn't want to have anything to do with it. So it was always kind of just my own thing. And it got to the point where I would go to the mall, right? I would go to like Time Out Arcade in the mall, and I would see an older mustachioed teenager or a 20-something playing a video game, and I was fascinated because to me that was an adult, and it was like, oh, this adult playing video games, smoking a cigarette, playing Dragon's Lair or whatever, and it was like that was an event for me because couldn't get adults to play video games. I remember probably when we got the NES in 1986 or 87, whenever it was, my mom even picking up the Zapper to play Duck Hunt or the controller to play Super Mario just for 5 minutes was like, I can't believe this is happening. Somebody get this on film because this is this is a rare occurrence.
Fabric of reality.
Yeah, I remember Dad playing Street Fighter 2 with us once. And that was like really weird.
No, I mean, it was beyond. They're just really content being completely ignorant of that world.
It's like finding a moose in the bathroom.
Wanting to like Chris and Colin are saying, like wanting to have that carrot to draw in that particular person. This person likes sports. Oh, they like military stuff. They like puzzle games. They like more cerebral sort of challenges or whatever it is. They like cartoons. I do remember our mom saying too, it was funny when Chris said this, like, I remember mom saying, I don't understand this. Like looking at it and being like, I don't understand. And being like, how do you not understand? Like not understanding how they don't understand.
Right. Yeah. Like what is there? In other words, what is there to understand? Exactly is the question. Like what are you struggling with exactly?
It's honestly, I mean, I kind of get it to some degree because like I feel like everybody has that blind spot, right? Like for me, it's like for me, sports are that thing. Like sports, it's not new. All right. It's been around for quite a while now, and it's been popular for a very, very long time. And I was surrounded by it, but I can't explain why, but I didn't care one iota about any of it.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how any of it works. Like I think I know the rules to baseball and football. I think maybe, but like if you asked me to write them down, like I would have no fucking idea where to start. Like I don't know who plays for what. I don't know team names. I don't know team logos. I don't know what teams are from what place.
That on this show.
Right. Yeah. Right. We have.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
That was a fun one.
But it is a complete blind spot, and it's a blind spot that's there purely out of just sheer disinterest.
Yeah.
And that must be that's the closest I can relate to it. Mm-hmm. But even I know what I'm looking at.
Right. Like you understand it, even if you don't want to partake in it.
Yeah, I understand. It's like, they're playing a game and there's a scoring system and they're versing each other. Like I understand that, but like when I was playing Portal with my mom, or my mom was playing Portal, I was just wondering, like, what are you seeing? What are you seeing that I'm looking past or not seeing?
Yeah, it's like she doesn't even understand how to control the perspective, which is like the whole dual analog sticks I must admit, created a massive barrier between generations. Like it's very hard to hand a person a controller and they understand the fundamentals of controlling in 3D space. Cause like once you understand that you control the camera and you control the movement separately and you can invert them and all of that and do whatever you want, then people get it. But it adds like a whole nother layer of complication. I know that's what keeps my parents from playing, I think.
Yeah, that in and of itself is like a huge hurdle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they didn't understand. That was, I think, the thing. That was the barrier for entry, was that you're interacting with your entertainment. I think it was just too foreign of a notion. Certainly with the Greatest Generation, I think that was just too heady for people that old.
Yeah.
P.S. They weren't that old at that point. They were in their 50s. But it was just like they grew up in a whole different thing where it was like, we're happy with our TV, our little console TV that weighs 300 pounds. We don't even need a flat screen or, God forbid, a DVD player. We don't even understand a top loader VHS,
I'm totally happy yelling at Alex Trebek, who cannot hear me.
Yeah, game shows are made for TV movies or whatever.
My grandma was happy with her stories.
Yeah, her stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Her stories. It's so funny that they called them stories too, all of them. So I need to watch my stories. The fuck is that?
It's so crazy.
If you referred to Breaking Bad that way, if you like told like your son like, oh, I gotta watch my stories, and you pop fucking Mad Men on.
I've thought about that before.
That's a good point. Yeah,
I'm gonna start calling everything stories now.
Please do, bring it back.
They are stories.
Yeah,
Well, I was just thinking about introducing it to my son too, because
stories.
not stories, but video games, and how it's changed since he's been born, over these 12 years, because
Oh yeah.
he has a complete aversion to anything, quote unquote old school now, but he cut his teeth on retro games. I mean, he was kind of a lucky kid because he was born 2010. It was a weird era for video games. It was the Wii U. It was PS3 leading into PS4.
The dark times.
But and he played all that at a young age, 2-3 years old. But he also cut his teeth on the Wii Virtual Console and retro games and actual old hardware. So NES, SNES. We grew up playing the Mega Man games together, bonding over Mega Man X.
Yeah, he was dominant. I remember not knowing what he was playing and being like, "Oh, what are you playing?" and walking up and just knowing Mega Man like I do. It's like looking at the screen. I'm like, "You're playing Mega Man X3? Like what?"
Yeah, love that game.
Like what a weird. Yeah, it's great, but I was like, what a weird pull for a kid that was born in what? I mean, like it's just
2010.
Yeah,
it makes sense with the Vulture. I was talking about this with music with for some friends of mine, but like it's interesting how the Virtual Console and like just kind of this general backwards compatibility and like the stuff on PlayStation where it's like, hey, here's this back catalog and or on Xbox is the backwards compatibility, and on Switch now there's that subscription model with all these classic games. That wasn't really as readily available in like around the 360 time. Like there was some stuff, but like they were piecemeal. They weren't necessarily like included and like inviting you. Like you still had to go out of your way to do it. You had to have an interest. Like you're not spending as a teenager, you're not spending $10 on like Mega Man 9 if you have no history with you know what I mean? Like that's not going to happen. Right. So like it was fascinating to see that availability kind of lead to like really, really young kids kind of playing that old stuff because it's just there. And I liken it a lot to like how kids growing up around the time that I was growing up were really introduced to a lot of music through like Guitar Hero and stuff, like music that we would have had no business listening to at that age. Like a lot of like classic rock and stuff like that's
a great example.
Way, way, way dead, but it was inexplicably like alive again.
Yeah.
Like in 2006, 2007, 2008 was weirdly 80s in when I was going to school. Like there was like technology and stuff. Like we had all that stuff. And obviously the internet was big, but like the stuff that people were into, it was very much like metal and like Ozzy was huge. It was like this. It makes no sense.
It really did,
because that was around the time Ozzy was on a fucking reality show.
Yes.
Like, he was like way gone, and like there were these kids bumping like Crazy Train. It was hilarious.
And the way that led into old new things like Shovel Knight, right? And the big video game corporations doing their mini consoles, mini NES, mini SNES. Sony took a bite at that. Apple, Sega did it.
Yeah.
The whole thing. But with Graydon, it's been disappointing because, we played Shovel Knight, now it's like, I'll try to get him on a Friday night. Like, look, let's go like run Mega Man X. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do that. He's also at the age where he's not too shy or worried about hurting my feelings. He'd just be like, I don't really want to do that, Dad. Or I'll say like, let's finally get into Hollow Knight. We played that for like 2 nights and we totally gave it up. Let's get back into like a fun 2D platform or a Metroidvania or something. And he's just like, no. And I realized like, okay, he cut his teeth on 3D, 2D, old, new. He's even run some games with me lately that I've done for Knockback. Uncharted 4, he played with me. BioShock Infinite, he played with me. Played Horizon Zero Dawn with me. He's really good at those games too. He's pretty talented at gaming. He's got great eye-hand coordination and stuff. So I'm thinking, and he was huge on Breath of the Wild also.
Yeah.
So when Tears of the Kingdom came out recently, obviously, and he wasn't interested, I started to really get suspicious of what was going on. And then I realized it's not the graphical treatment, it's not the style, it's not old new. It's that it's the social aspect. He doesn't want to play single player games anymore. He plays, he's into the things he's into. He's in and out of Fortnite. He's really into Rocket League. And it's the social aspect of those games that these kids want. That's what they're seeking.
How old is he?
He's 12. He'll be 13 in September.
Yeah, he'll play them again. Like, because I remember that experience at exactly that age. Like, experience, like playing nothing but single player games and maybe like a couch co-op, and then
Okay.
immediately like Xbox Live is here, and like suddenly like you're talking to your friends,
Yeah.
and that's how you're hanging out, and you're like, this is insane that this is
Yeah.
real.
You're talking shit.
and
You're
you're talking shit. It's fun. It's like you're kind of making your own fun, and it's difficult to program that kind of experience into a game, because it's not really, you can't really do that.
Yeah.
It's about
Right.
emergent moments, and he's gonna be on that train for a while. I was on that train for a long time, but there's going to be like bits and pieces that like suck him away from it. Like I think Dead Space was one of those for me, where Dead Space was like the original Dead Space. I was like, this is cool as hell. And, although back then it was a little bit different because the multiplayer games also had stories attached to them. So like maybe I don't know. There is some difference. It's not quite like Fortnite, which is purely a service.
The ephemeral
but,
multiplayer game is just is a relic of the past. Like they're not released anymore.
Yeah,
The game where it's
and-
like, this will be a multiplayer game for 3 months and then it's over. That they just don't do it anymore.
it's gone. But it's new and exciting right now. I think is what the big thing is, and it's such an integral part of his growing up experience, because this is what that was for me was the 80s kind of equivalent of like like I don't know, throwing rocks at a river with friends. You know what I mean? Like it's like, this is what you're doing. Like you're hanging out with your friends.
yeah. This is what
more
they do.
more than you're playing a game.
Yes.
And that's
Which makes
really,
sense.
yeah, it's a really integral part of growing up at that age. So
I
I
had
get
that,
the appeal of it.
I had a very similar experience with like when GoldenEye came out. Like it was like that's when it was like it became more than just about playing games. It was just like, whose place are we sleeping over on Friday? Like who's and when you mentioned talking shit, it's just like so many funny memories of just playing GoldenEye all night and like talking shit essentially.
That
Yeah,
might have
GoldenEye
been
is
the
awesome.
first couch co-op that wasn't a fighting game that meant a lot to us. Where it was like, yeah, you organized your whole social calendar around when we play in GoldenEye.
Yeah, I mean, shooters
absolutely.
were not even. It's just so funny to think the difference between PC gaming. I mean, there wasn't that big of a stretch, but when you have like Wolfenstein and then Doom in 92 and 93, and that begins the first person shooter craze, like we get Doom on SNES and all these white ports, but none of them are very good. And it's in my opinion, GoldenEye on N64 and Medal of Honor on PS1 were the first games where I think people started to wrap their minds around playing these games on console. And then, because I actually think GoldenEye is almost a seminal game from a control standpoint more than anything, in that it taught an entire generation of kids how to control 3D movement without worrying about camera movement. And so like it kind of was like the missing link, as it were.
Yeah.
The N64 controller, and was horrible in hindsight, really bad, but was the missing link between all of that got us then to like the DualShock controller and so on and so forth. The Dreamcast controller was also very helpful.
There you go.
So yeah, it's funny. One thing that I wanted to say that I wrote down here, and I think, I don't know if Chris knows this guy, but I know that Ramon does because we've talked about him, and I've only discovered him recently, is that guy Rick Beato on YouTube. That he's like a music interviewer, and he's really interesting. And he said something fascinating recently that I've taken into account as I bring games through my life, which is, he was saying that no matter how much a person, like a young person today, tries to catch up and even indoctrinate themselves into certain things. So like you want to understand 80s hair metal, right? Or you want to understand new metal in the 90s or whatever. You can do the best you can, but it will never replace having lived it. And like just having been there and absorbing it. So it requires no study. You just absorb these things as you go. And it's massively advantageous as you move forward because you have all of the hindsight. And what he was arguing was, because he was born at a certain time, that he really sees rock and roll in a holistic, natural way simply by virtue of being there. And I think that that's going to be a powerful tool to make certain games forever games that like we think about, we always talk about Call of Duty on the show, and especially recently with Microsoft and Xbox buying Call of Duty. And it's interesting because I'm like, how can this possibly exist forever like this? Like, how can it possibly be? And it's a little down, right? We were saying on the show, I think they used to have 110 million active users every month, and now they're down to 90, but they're actually making more money with 90 than they were with 110. And I'm like, that's just the reality of Call of Duty being this ethereal, forever Madden like yearly product for all the years means it will never go away in people's minds and hearts. And you see that with Xbox 360 versions of Call of Duty being revived recently through Xbox Live, and people by the hundreds of thousands going back and playing them. So I think about that Rick Beato quote and his conversation there, because I'm like, we are very lucky to have been there in different ways to kind of just bring it forward with us. And younger people like Graydon are working at a disadvantage, because even though he was able to selectively gleam onto these things like Mega Man X and all of that, he was still mostly indoctrinated, no doubt, by his contemporary cartoons and video games and movies and all of that. And it'll paint him in a different way, so that maybe he'll be playing Rocket League in literally 40 years, and I'm and shout out to Rocket League. I love Psyonix. I think they're awesome.
And I was going to say, when you're talking about grading before too, because, when I mentioned GoldenEye, right? So one thing I think, I've been joking with my sister about too, because now that I have the Switch, there's like some level where sometimes I feel like I'm like hoarding games and like not even playing all of them. I'm like, oh, I got to get the Castlevania collection. I'm like not even really playing it half the time, stuff like that. And
it's because you have good taste.
well, thanks. No, but I still play, but I'm saying, and that's the same thing too. Like where my nephew's like, oh, I saw you got the Castlevania collection. We should play that next time. And it's like, oh man, that's so cool that you want to play that. But when I say this on the notion of like hoarding games, so like when they announced that GoldenEye was coming to the Switch, at first I was like, oh man, this is amazing. They had this big setup, and then now I'm just like, I played it. And I'm just like, it's because of that experience that I had when I was a kid and the social experience that now I'm like, yeah, this just isn't the same at all. And like, I can kind of get a little bit of that nostalgia going on, but like, it's not me wanting to actually, like, there's no way to recreate that experience. Very much similar to like what Colin was talking about with Rick Beato, and very similarly too, like even with like lately, because Colin even mentioned, say, like being around like new metal when it came out, right? Where it's like, I've had this like almost like shame of the amount of new metal that I know about, right? And that I used to listen to a lot when I was a kid because we had so much access at that time. But in reality, I never understood like how that was just like the music industry, big industry's version of like, let's find the next thing now. And this is what everything's going to sound like for a while. And there are certain things that when you do peel away from that, that's, like I said before, where the cream rises to the top. So for instance, even recently, like when I was a kid in like 97, 98, like I heard that record Around the Fur by Deftones and I was like instantly in love with that band. I listened to probably the next like 3 or 4 records of them, and then I kind of dropped off. But recently, apparently there's like this whole, like, I'm not on TikTok, and I'm not really as like in tune with the kids, but apparently like Deftones have this like resurgence right now, and it's like this big TikTok phenomenon, and like it's like this cool thing, and like kids are discovering it. And like I like in like a little bit of a rant recently, like I posted in like an Instagram story, just like definitely having one of those like bitter kind of like getting older moments, and my friend thought it was really funny, but at the time I was like being for real about it, because I was just like, yeah, it's great to see that Deftones are popular now, but it's like, thanks, because the last 25 fucking years have been pretty hard trying to convince people that Deftones do have this kind of timeless quality. And Chino loves The Cure and the Smiths and all these other things that I had to try to like say as like defense points for fucking Deftones. And now apparently like they're one of the coolest things on TikTok.
A lot of that stuff is driven. A lot of old media is like revived by like meme culture. I've noticed. Like, there's like, I know Hall & Oates kind of came back in some really weird way, because like there was like this weird meme of like a bunch of anime girls dancing to Out of Touch, and like it got a lot of people listening to like Hall & Oates, and it's like it's crazy. It's
well,
very,
and speaking of that too, and this could probably even really tie into some of these other topics we're going to talk about today. Like I was recently at a family gathering, and it was cool to connect with some older cousins that I hadn't really seen pretty much my whole life. And they're like a little older, like they're probably in their early 60s. And talking about how like, like for instance, I've always really loved the Talking Heads, but it's like, I kind of came into them I came into them when I was like probably like in my early 20s, and they had kind of lived through that. And we ended up kind of getting into more of a conversation about Spotify, and that very similar to what you're saying and me about Deftones, and you talking about Hall & Oates with Out of Touch and kind of in meme culture. The one thing that needs to kind of be corrected, if that's the word, where like Hall & Oates and even Deftones, they benefited from a massive economic boom of the 80s into the early 2000s of a record industry boom. In that, I say this because if they were like wise enough with their finances, and if they obviously toured, and obviously touring is a big part of it too, like they're going to be fine. So it doesn't matter that, say, Out of Touch is getting used in TikTok. Granted, it's only making them more popular. And in the way that streaming is set up, it's like the payouts are really next to nothing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say is there needs to be some sort of shift, because ultimately it's because this should never be about money in this way, but I mean it in that, like, Deftones are fine. They still tour. They're going to keep getting exposed no matter what. And that's why a lot of these kind of bigger legacy acts, if you would call it, those are not the people that are necessarily having any kind of issue with the streaming monopoly that we have going on right now, because they've benefited from the fact that they were able to at least be developed to the point where they were able to find an audience. They can make their money through touring. And even back then, they were able to make money through record sales and stuff like that. So it's this weird fine line where I hope something does shift to where, because even like right now, it's like we shouldn't, I'm not trying to speak from this like total like legal music industry standpoint, but it's like we shouldn't be able to just throw any song we want on our TikTok video. And we shouldn't necessarily be able to just throw any song we want on an Instagram story. Granted, I think there's channels in that's going to be still tracked, but it's tenths of cents, you know? And I only just say that from the people that are, you know, aspiring and struggling and trying to get to places where they can get to a place where they can make a living through art and to be able to make more art. And sorry if this is some sort of rant, but I definitely feel like this kind of ties into what we are eventually going to talk about.
We're going to get more into this subject, because it's funny because that Rick Beato guy makes the argument, which is an interesting argument, that though the economics of everything have changed, and this is something I've kind of just observed too, is that like the realities in other parts of the music industry are also different. Like touring is up hundreds of percent since 20 years ago. Like all these festivals and shows, like things going on everywhere, merchandising and the internet, like bands on the back end, if they can just figure that part out, make a lot more money. And his argument is that, and this is why he was talking actually about the timelessness and kind of just experiencing things, is that he fears, he was talking about the process of making videos on YouTube and how he has to go to like the record labels to get permission, right? To like I want to cover, you know, Van Halen or whatever. And so you have to go and jump all the hoops. And he's like, unfortunately, he's like, you'll never hear me play this. You'll never hear me play. I think he was using like, you'll never hear an Eagles, like one lick of an Eagles song on a video of mine, because they strike and they go after everyone. And he's like, what that will ultimately mean is that the Eagles will go away. Like as time goes on, the Eagles will not age. Like the Deftones, for instance, I don't know anything about TikTok either, but they probably embrace that and wouldn't copyright strike you and all that kind of stuff. But if that happened with Hotel California, that like would never happen with that, because they would go after everyone. And that's like, that means that, I mean, the Eagles are a weird example because they're a mega band, but that in 50 years, the Eagles might not have any relevance because they just squashed themselves out of existence. You know?
But that's what I mean by I guess, to lack of a better word, the luxury of being able to not care. That's what I mean. Where like no one in Deftones are hurting. They've already had a 30-year career.
Mm-hmm.
What do they need the, you know, whatever that's going to translate to over the exposure? But that's where someone like, the Eagles, they shouldn't care either. And I see that as well. But
Eagles Rock Band. That's all it takes. Just do an Eagles Rock Band game.
Yeah, too late for that.
Well, no, and that's the thing. There's certain
for both of those things.
Which, by the way, I actually have a massive disdain for the Eagles because of the way that they, or Don Henley in particular, like tried to like devalue punk rock at the time. And that's a whole other story. But ever since I learned that, I'm just like, fuck those guys.
That's ugly.
But either way. And ultimately, I say punk rock because ultimately, everything's going to be commodified at some point, which is unfortunate. But what I was more so saying is that, like, even when you mentioned about the touring element, right now everything's up, but there's so many stakes from so many other non-creative people, and that's why it's so up. Because
this is This is what I want to get into with my conversation. So. Hold that.
Yeah. Okay.
Hold that thought.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Are we satisfied though on this topic? Where do we want to go further?
Yeah. No. I think this is really great. I mean, it hit really all those points that I was hoping to get, especially with Dagan talking about his generation as well, and really interesting to see those parallels with the game Portal in particular. And that's ultimately what I was really trying to say too. With it, it's just like that is a game where. You'd be surprised if someone can even like. I can see why someone would essentially play that game and be completely dizzy and be disoriented. But that's where I was just like, it really blew my mind. Like thinking about like you're getting disoriented on a side scroller right now. Back then. So it's really that
parallax scrolling.
Yeah,
they can't deal with it.
So,
and the Ninja Gaiden cutscenes.
Guys, sharing your thoughts on that.
Can you imagine them with virtual reality? Like my grandparents, if they were still around, they would just be like, I don't.
Yo,
it would just blow their minds.
I tried that. Weirdly enough, they seem to take better to it, and I think it's because it's more intuitive in the sense that like if you're looking around, like
you're in that space.
Yeah, it's harder. Like in VR, like in a video game, if you're looking at the ceiling and you don't understand that you're looking at the ceiling, you're going to be looking at the ceiling forever, probably. That's what I noticed when my mom was playing Portal. But like, if you're in person in VR looking at the ceiling, you're gonna fucking know because you're looking at the ceiling. So like, there's like this inherent kind of grounding that happens that I've noticed. Like I've showed my parents or my mom like the Oculus Quest, and it's not something that she's super into, but she understands it at the very least, which is
okay. That's cool.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
All right, we're back, and Chris and I have somewhat interrelated topics. I guess I'll present mine first because I think it probably makes a little more sense.
Mm-hmm.
And we can kind of lament maybe why this is happening with with Chris's topic. So I really just wanted to touch base. I felt like I actually had a different topic this week, and when I found out who was going to be on the show, I was like, no, I think this is a better topic for this specific group of people since we have a YouTuber and a comedian and a writer, and then we have a musician and a writer of music and a performer of music and all of that. We have an animator, and we have whatever it is that I do. And so I wanted to present and ask about how everyone's feeling about what's going on with the writer's strike and SAG-AFTRA, and how I think I will position this in the title of the show as Hollywood on strike. And with the Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft thing going on recently, I've been talking a lot about labor in games and how labor in games is so unorganized that it feels like there's going to be some sort of seminal moment of truth because games are so expensive to make. They're so demanding. You don't make many games in your career, and it's frustrating for a lot of people as they spend sometimes 4 or 5 or 6 years on a single project. There's really no residual chain of money. There are obviously very few unions. Some unions are being recognized at places like Activision. Sega recently acknowledged a union. But I feel like I wanted to talk about this because I am under the opinion that society generally undervalues entertainment and undervalues entertainer and undervalues leisure. And I know I say this with a huge bias because I own 2 entertainment companies, I guess, and if you include the developer as well. And there's a bias there, no doubt. And I'm a very right-brained, humanities-driven person, and so there's going to be a bias there as well. But beyond that, I just feel like, let me explain it this way. When the writers went on strike, I saw a lot of people demeaning writers as a whole on social media by saying like, look at this piece of writing.
Yeah.
You know, and they'll point to like She-Hulk or some, you know,
or like The Good Doctor or something.
Right. The Good Doctor or whatever. And it makes it just seem like people are so flippant about where this stuff comes from, as if anyone can do it, as if anyone knows how to do it. And I think that there's just such a huge tension right now building because of this. And it comes back to what Ramon was saying earlier about people being paid via subscription services. And the thing about TV and movies, specifically, I would say TV in this new streaming reality, that doesn't mimic what happened in music. Like there was a lifeline for music, right? With touring and merch, like a huge lifeline to survive. And plus independent records and all of that and that vibe. And I think that's because the music industry is old, it's mature, it's figured a lot of things out. But television is an old and mature, but very static enterprise until the rise of streaming and these kind of vertical monopolies that have been created, wherein Netflix doesn't just go and license content anymore, but actually creates it from stem to stern and then puts it out to the masses. And this has created a very undervalued market where money's not going where I think it belongs. And I'm concerned about it because I care about it. I care about these leisure and entertainment avenues. I obviously care about gaming, and I see that gaming is going to be the next domino that gets hit by this, I think. But in the meantime, I just wanted to, as we have this multifaceted panel here of people with experiences in the arts and entertainment, I'm kind of curious how everyone feels. And Ramon, I want to go to you first because I saw you nodding along. I feel like, and I'd be interested to see Chris from this angle too, and just being in LA, especially you in Burbank, Chris.
Yeah.
But what's the vibe and like, how are you feeling about what's going on here? And I mean, the rumor is that this might hit into Teamsters and others and really start to cascade even further into the industry, and that these guys will not be crossing each other's picket lines. And it's going to be very complicated. I don't think there's going to be very much new TV and movies after this new slate of stuff comes out this fall.
Okay. You know, so even on the notion of what you said about maybe not being any new TV and movies coming this fall, one thing I found that was like completely baffling a few days ago, and I'm really glad you chose this as a topic, because I was actually going to choose this as a topic, and then I was like, let me maybe try to do something a little bit more lighthearted, and then obviously it still kind of ties into what we're talking about here, regardless. And I feel like that kind of always naturally happens with you and I as friends, and the way that we just kind of talk with one another, which I truly appreciate and love. But one thing that was fairly baffling is that I saw something the other day that Netflix. So actually, real quick, what is? And I know you guys have done this as a kind of a topic in terms of like your streaming habits, things like that. So I don't want to go too deep into that. But when it comes to Netflix, are you guys watching Netflix? Are you what? And if so, like, what are you mostly consuming on Netflix? The reason why I say that is because so right now, like Netflix to me is like is like a Seinfeld machine. Like it's the Seinfeld box.
Yeah, me too.
And I mean it in that we're like, and with the exception of Black Mirror, which I just watched the new season of, which I really loved, which also does like in their own Black Mirror meta way, like really tackles like some of the shit we're talking about. But aside from that, like I know there's other shit I'm watching on Netflix, but I'm like, I'm sure there's things that kind of come and go. But the reason why I say this is because mainly I have just been watching Seinfeld, and you know, I pretty much watch Seinfeld like every day at this point, and it's amazing, and it ties into what I was trying to say too about this thing. Seinfeld to me is not to go on a whole topic on Seinfeld. Seinfeld is what happens when things are done. Like there's no right or wrong way, but I think is when things are done right. Even in the way that it looks, you know, it's on film. It's a different beast. And like, you know, especially even recently I watched, you know, like the end of season 4 where they do the pilot, and it's like, at that time, they're really poking at the zeitgeist of that time. And like the way that they make this like parody version of Seinfeld and like the type of music that they would have chose, because it's all based on what was happening. It was like networks were like, we need to do this. Let's do 80 shows of this, and let's have the same shit music, and let's have the same like crappy acting. Let's have the same like bright colored like beach house down the shore sets that they had in the early 90s. Let's keep figuring out a way to do this, because no matter what, we're here to sell advertising. We don't make anything creative ourselves. Let's just keep shoving it because that's what people want, and they're going to always take it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go that much on a tangent from the Seinfeld thing. The reason why I say this, because Netflix last year produced 891 shows. And to me, that is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to sound so angry or anything like that. But I'm like, who's fucking watching this? And I only mean this because, yes, on the other side, it creates jobs. It's amazing. Like there's crew members. There's even looking at it from a music standpoint, there's music composers on there. There's just even production crews, like line producers, anyone that's working on TV, they have jobs because of this. And that's awesome. However, the stipulations that come with that and the things that are in the fine print are what people are really having problems with. And I just mean that in that of these 891 shows, like, even like as I just said, I'm literally watching Netflix for Seinfeld. I have like, I'm sure we can go down the rabbit hole of like maybe some of the other ones that I picked up along the way. But what's been happening, especially in the climate of streaming, is that, say for instance, like when I was talking about that, you know, I was kind of lamenting on the early 90s zeitgeist, right? What I've learned in the last couple of weeks, you know, it's stuff I've thought about already, but it's been heightened, is that when in the 90s, or even before the 90s, if there was a show that say maybe had like 25 episodes for a season, those writers would essentially be staffed for like an entire season, essentially. And I'm saying like, that means that they have work through a year, at least, like a pretty good substantial cut. And what I've learned more or less now with the way that things are happening, not only do some of these productions, they just, because of the fact of like the kind of quote unquote binge model that has happened in the last few years, which to certain degrees, watching things and binging things is really great to kind of take it in that way. Sometimes I do feel like I don't retain things, but I know Colin, like for instance, like, you know, when we were talking about Barry, you're like, yeah, I'm going to kind of let it build up a little bit. And, you know, cause you kind of take it in as this kind of big piece, you know, which I think is an awesome way to watch, say something like Barry. And that doesn't mean that you're not retaining anything. But,
and by the way, Barry itself has a whole meta about this too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so with that, I'm learning now that some of these contracts on these shows, like these writers are contracted for like a few weeks versus 52 weeks, or, you know, or what it used to be like something like 30 weeks or 40 something weeks, where at least like that's a bulk of the year and they have, you know, secure work. What I'm learning is that, and this is just one small facet of it, where it's like writers are, and I think even sometimes actors too, like having to be contracted for these short times, and then depending on the contract, not being able to get other work because of the time frame of when the promotional period and lead up of when it's coming out and everything post that and press junket and all these things. But it's not done in a way that is proper, in that they're not putting people on retainer or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you, like, for instance, I have friends that tour with certain acts in that they're part of the crew and they're kept on retainer because in case anything happens, like, they're still gonna be fine. They're able to still have a living wage, but they're basically saying like, we don't want you to go work with anyone else. And that's why you have shit like that. put in play. But the more and more you have people that are just going on for these like short stints, not seeing anything in the back end, not being able to get more work, it's like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah, it's interesting. You speak on something really key to this, which is, and I think SAG-AFTRA specifically spoke about this in like their demands, which is that no one knows any of Netflix's data, and they don't share it because, and this goes for all the streaming services, by the way, they don't share it because what you'll find out is that, so you said 891 new shows, numbers 400 to 891 were each probably watched by fewer than 50,000 people.
Wow.
And if they, and I'm just guessing, I'm saying like, we don't know the data, but this is the theory out there is that the data is bad, that this is a huge bubble, that when Wall Street figures out that people do not give a fuck about 9 out of 10 things that any of these publishing services do, and that they've made a huge mistake by doing almost the anti-HBO, which is quantity over quality, instead of just having 4 great shows in a season. That's right. In the fall season, just these 4 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, 1 each night or whatever on HBO. You have, like you said, more really 2.5 shows or 3 shows a day, premiering. And I love that Barry season 3 really gets into that because it's a huge problem. So it makes short-term, this is what we were talking about with Activision and Microsoft, is that it creates short-term gains for really mid and long-term massive problems. And we're experiencing those massive problems now. Chris, I want to get you involved here. What's your take on what's going on with SAG-AFTRA and the writers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting conversation, specifically around the fact that, the business model hasn't really adjusted to take into account how vastly different the actual mechanism for absorbing this content has, like how much that's changed over time is drastic, and the business model hasn't really reflected that. It's kind of crazy if you think about, like, I mean, Ramon and I both, like, Netflix that's a Seinfeld machine for me, like 1,000,000%. But then I'm often kind of thinking about, like, well, I mean, Seinfeld is a super, super successful show. No one's necessarily like, hurting for money for Seinfeld. But at the same time, you got to wonder, like, man, how many people watch Seinfeld on Netflix? And because it's Netflix and they don't share data, how much in terms of residuals, like how much is being just kind of siphoned away from people who actually worked on the show?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's being streamed and not actually calculated anyway. I'm sure they're getting residuals from like cable and stuff, but like
of course, that's
a fascinating thing to take into account, because a lot of people watch, like I watch Seinfeld on Netflix, like I have a lot of friends who do too, and other shows as well. Like I'm watching The Nanny on HBO right now, which is actually really kind of funny because Fran Drescher is actually president of SAG-AFTRA, which I had no idea about until I think like maybe like this year. But it's bizarre that you would not adapt a business model despite the fact that so much about the way we consume this content has changed. And I think it makes sense, especially given like some of the stuff that I've been seeing, man, like about like some of the offers or some of like the demand where it's like, oh yeah, we'll pay you a day's work so we could scan your likeness to use as an AI. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's it's unironically like really fucking like evil.
Yeah, it's malevolent.
Let me use your likeness in perpetuity for 1 day's pay, and you can't do anything about it. Like that's,
and the language is really dubious,
and the idea, and the language is dubious, and the idea that would even be like an attractive offer to anybody is inherently kind of like, to be in a position where you make that offer and you think that would go over well is inherently insane.
Yeah, totally.
And there's also just like the way that writers' rooms have changed over time. It's like, because things are so tightly wound, like a lot of writers' rooms take place over Zoom or over the internet, and there are a lot of writers, back in the day it used to be writers, if you were a lead writer on something, you would be there, you would be at the table read, you would like meet with cast and crew, you would be on set to to, you know, give notes on your episode. You would actually have a chance to meet the cast. You would actually have a chance to actually absorb the entirety of what it means to make television and make media. And so you'd have a crew of people, writers, directors, actors. You would have all these people, and they would all be very, very well-rounded people. It was like very genuinely, it was genuinely valuable experience that writers would pick up from being in these environments. And now they're alienated from that environment, picking up no skills, making no connections, and for less work, for less security, for less pay, and now less acknowledgement through residuals and all that stuff. It's fucked. And I know it's easy to kind of like look down on it in the sense it's like, oh, well, they're just writers. They're not like coal miners or whatever. But like the reality is like this is not just affecting. This is a symptom of something that will extend.
Of course.
You know, this is not like, it'll just happen to the writers and that's it. You know, like whether anybody likes it or not, AI is coming, dude. Like it is a massive deal.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for anybody who's got to hear this, but if they can replace writers, you know, and artists and people who are doing creative shit, the thing that is theoretically most difficult to simulate, your, you know, cog in the machine kind of job is way the fuck out, man. Like you are gone. If they can simulate people writing television shows, not well, by the way.
Yeah,
but
of course. I was going to say
not well, but like at a certain point, like, you know, it is going like it was only a year ago that we were just getting like really, really like vague interpretations of AI art where it's like, yeah, you would type in like Seinfeld or like Garfield on Seinfeld, and you would get like this like kind of vague picture that if you squinted at it, it was like, yeah, that looks like Seinfeld on Garfield. Now it's like you've got realistic photos of Trump being arrested that look totally fucking legit. And that's in like a span of a year. So, I mean, it is going to catch up, and it is going to, you know, your job ain't safe.
And the thing about that though is that the artists are always going to be like, it can't replicate this. It can't replicate the types of emotions that you evoke because of your unique way of presenting this. The problem with that though is that the people like Bob Iger and all these other people, they don't give a shit about they want just these like tightly neat packages, I guess. And it doesn't matter to them that it doesn't move you in certain ways. And that's the thing. It's like, it's not, I get it. Like certain things are not necessarily meant to be so emotionally moving or make you think or whatever. Sometimes you just watch shit for the hell of it. And I get it, but it's like, I don't think there's still a way for like, and this is what I was saying before about like true originals, because I think that's still going to always come from human beings and everything that comes with that in terms of the types of crews that are assembled and everything along with just it not just being only the director or only the writer or only the producer or only the songwriter or whatever. You know, there's things that have to happen, and there's real human elements and finesse that happens. And the more that's like completely just seen as something that robots can do or anyone can do or look down upon, like going back to what Colin's saying about this kind of general like devaluing, the worse off everything is going to be, unless yes, there are these points in time with the strike, but it's even more than just the strike. It is kind of like the general public has to like reevaluate what they want to really be experiencing and take in, because in general, if it is a devaluation, then the public doesn't give a fuck, you know? And I'm saying like, sorry if I'm losing my train of thought here.
No, it's
what I'm saying is that the way that people look down, say upon, oh, like how you said, oh, it's just writers, they're not coal miners or whatever. that is how people kind of look at actors and musicians and anything like what you guys do, anything that's supposed to be fun.
Right, exactly.
Is seen as like, do you not know what people have to do in their lives to get to where they are?
They died for those positions.
It's so many. There's so many factors. And the reason why I say that is because ultimately, when it comes to residuals and all these deals, it's not going to affect someone that is making $10 million on a film. It's going to affect someone that's making $10,000 on a film because they have no back end. And it doesn't matter that, they ultimately will have to work, look to the next thing. And obviously they're building their repertoire, their resume. But I'm saying like, that's where people have this like complete, I guess, dude, it's almost like an erasure of the middle class, of working class to some degree, because it's like, there's either Leonardo DiCaprio or there's the background actor to someone. Somehow there's no one in between. The same way there's either, Taylor Swift or, some unknown punk musician or whatever. I'm saying that it's still all the same. It's still artists regardless. And I mean that the less that you actually have the real people that are not striving for this, like kind of like 1 in a billion outcome, which is, making millions of dollars on a film. So you can just say, fuck off and do whatever you want and still act in really great things. And like, depending on your taste and what you want to do and how you actually view yourself as an artist, like that will distinguish like the types of things you take. But then again, I wonder, and this will still, possibly tie into some more of the things we're talking about, where it's like the people that are striving for the Taylor Swift level or, DiCaprio level or whatever you want to say, it's like, are those people in control of like the shit that they decide to take on? Like, are they able to make those choices?
Yeah.
Are they now just like actually part of this like other class that no one knows about?
Well, they're also like they came up in a very, very different environment as well. You're thinking about like TV before streaming or like film before, like where there are residuals in place. And now it's like you have a whole generation of people basically who, they're actors and they're like famous, I guess, but they cut their teeth in an environment where they saw no returns outside of a flat fee on what they were doing, which is like a very like, and it comes at a point in time where like it's always very frustrating for me to see like, I don't know, like a company that, these streaming services and they'll always be like, man, record profits are up 800% or whatever. It's like, that tends to happen when you hoard residuals.
Yeah.
for literally like a decade and when you like slash staff and write off television shows on taxes and then just erase them from existence.
Yeah. And they got away with it.
So that, and so by the way, like that happened to a couple of shows where they just got erased, like straight up. They're just gone because Netflix controls them. And now it's like, now those people who worked on it, not only did they not get residuals for their work, not only did they receive less experience for that job, they don't even have anything to point to as like, hey, I did this. Or it's like, where is it? Oh, well, it's gone now. It's like, all of it is fine. The base of it is on a principle level. Everybody deserves to get compensated for the work that they do, like on a base level. You know what I mean? Like, and I understand it's easy to look at like, I don't know, like some famous person like Brad Pitt talking about like the writer's strike and being like, oh, well, what is Brad Pitt struggling about? And it's not that he's struggling. It's a matter of like, he's in a position to get people to listen, right? Because he has a platform and he's big, and he knows actors know better than anybody. There's a lot of people who work in that industry who are, who don't make it to the degree, and maybe they don't want to. Maybe they just want to be a comfortable actor. Maybe maybe they're not striving for like the maximum, but this is what they like to do. Yeah. And why shouldn't people want to do what they want to do? Why is it that I always find it fascinating that this AI shit is so focused on taking away all of the careers and jobs that are fun for people to do. It's like, oh, where should we get AI trained to? It's like, oh, art and writing and music. And it's like, yeah, we want to get those off the table so that we can get people back in the fucking mine, like back in like a quarry. Like what? It's such a
yeah.
bizarre focus on where to remove humanity.
Can I tell you why I think that is because I think this is somewhat canny and fucked up, but I think that these big shots at these companies look at it both as replicable things that they can just do away with, but also because I don't think who's going to defend the actor or the writer losing their job. Like,
Right.
It's not like you're going after like the blue collar worker that obviously has like a big political kind of bent to it and shouldn't be gone after either. I think that has something to do with it. Is like these are the Hollywood elites, and that's what you're saying is that most of them are not the Hollywood elites.
Yeah, they're not the Hollywood. And also, dude, like I know I said this already, but like you're gonna have machines that can farm just as well, if not better than you do. You are going to have machines that mine way better, if not better than you do. You are going to have, like, at some point it's more complicated because there's mechanics involved and there's machinery involved and there's all this stuff. But like again, like art was probably like one of the last things I expected machines to really mimic, and it's doing it. No fucking problem. It's got no humanity to it, and that's like there's a valuelessness there too. But there's going to be a point. There is going to be a point in the near future, I would imagine, where like you could make a pretty compelling argument that there's, you know, it would be difficult to tell.
And the reason why this is too, at least I feel, is because the people that are at the top don't create anything. And when you really zoom out on it, and that's what's happening in many industries and on the financial standpoint, and there's just these people that don't know at all what it is to do anything. and I'm saying it's clearly about someone that's making $80,000 a day is completely removed from how far that money actually can go to someone.
Yeah. And
to
Ramon,
someone that
I'm here to tell you,
needs a breathing room to just create something.
Yeah.
You know,
it's an army of people. It's not just the people at the top like Iger who are figureheads. They have people that work for them, and then there's people that work for them. It's literally dozens, armies of people.
Sounds like a pyramid.
Paid millions of dollars at the top that really, not only do they lack empathy, but they really just inherently, by the nature of the business, purposely the way it's set up, they have nothing to do with that side of things at all.
It's on some middle management shit. You know what I mean? Like,
for
it's
sure.
just total, like, you know, they still have their kind of like foot in the other direction, but then they just get so wrapped up in the whatever lifestyle they're trying to maintain that it's just like they're just going to keep going with it. And no matter what, it's like that's going to keep perpetuating this problem that we have. You know, like something I had in my notes, like even mentioned before when we were talking about Oddworld, you know, and you were talking about the one thing that came to mind is I've read some interviews with the creator. I think what's his name, Lauren
Lanning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like he talks about the idea of crunch. It's something that comes up more in the video game space, mm-hmm. right? Like this idea of essentially like these deadlines, and like Colin, you might be able to explain this better than I can in terms of the technical term, but the way that I picked up on it was just more or less like he's of this mind of like, how much does everyone really need here? And what can we do to make sure that just everyone working on this is like, okay. And because when everything's okay, people have the freedom and the wherewithal to do their best shit because they're not fucking worried about like how are they going to eat, or they're not worried about this being like they're being exploited. And that's obviously in more of a meta sense, like that's also a big undertone of what Oddworld's all about too, in terms of like the exploitative nature of capitalism. But I just say that's because like, especially when we were talking about in the game space, things that are great really take time. They take resources and they take finesse. And it's just like, it can't be seen as like, you know, like even for instance, something like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, which I still haven't played. And you guys are no better than I do. Like what really goes into making that. And the more and more you have less respect for that from everywhere, from the top to the bottom, like nothing's gonna, like no new ideas are gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like very similarly to like even just like the fucking Marvel landscape we're living in. I know that can be brought up in so many senses, and I feel like maybe that's a trite argument at this point. But at the same time, there is something very specific about, and this is something that Colin brings up a lot, just beating IPs into the ground. This is a big part of what we're also talking about. Like,
yeah,
the fact that there's no original things. Like,
it's embarrassing.
And I was talking about when I was at Colin's place, back in February, we went out to dinner and we're talking about The Last of Us. And, one thing you mentioned, it's like, we were talking about specifically how there's probably people, and this is more, just ties back into the conversation we had before, just this kind of like general, not only lack of, like I was saying just now, like this kind of lack of respect or lack of understanding with what really goes into shit. But that definitely has already happened in the game space, where it's like, there's going to be people out there. Like I know people that, as brilliant as it was, some people only watched the Nick Offerman episode. It's brilliant, and I loved it. I was moved to tears. I was literally sobbing. It was amazing. However, some people specifically watch that because they're just like, oh, I don't want to watch a game based on a video, or I don't want to watch a show based on a video game. And the reason why I bring up that specifically, because I think there could be literally 50 more hyper original ideas like Last of Us out there. And there probably thousands more, but those people are destitute at this point because they don't go through all these channels. And like, I don't know. Sorry, it's a whole other thing. I don't mean to
something that happens a lot too now. That I mean, it's always been some ingredient of film and television and media in general, but it's gotten especially like bad now. Is that like usually there will be people with original ideas, and it'll be a pitch, and I had a specific example. There's like a famous specific example of this, but I can't. It's not coming to me right now, but I think somebody maybe in the comments might know. But there's a lot of examples of people pitching original ideas, and then you bring it to a studio, and they'll be like, "That's pretty good. Let's put Batman in it, though." You know what I mean? Like, oh, I just remember what it was, one of the Cloverfield movies. Mm-hmm. I think it was the one with Mary Elizabeth Winstead and John Goodman. Yeah. I can't remember what the name of it. 10 Cloverfield Lane, I think it's called. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that movie was a completely independent, like it was its own movie. And then they were like, cool, but like, what if this was like a Cloverfield movie? Yeah. And I think they were like, why? And then but it's a Cloverfield movie now, and that's kind of the only way that things can really get picked up. It's like you can have an original idea, but it's got to be attached at the hip to something that is proven to make a lot of money. Yeah, and that happens a lot because so much money is being poured into shit that doesn't need. Like, I would argue that there's so much money that's spent on certain movies and film and TV that is just like so egregiously overspent, especially when that money's not even. Like we talked about, not even going to the people creating the thing. It's just like, it's just production, and it's these middle manager type people. I feel the same way about insurance companies, where it's just like, why are you in the middle here making me pay a lot? Like, why are you here? I understand the important role of producers, and like I get it, but like, fuck, dude. Like, there's a great clip that I love of Jerry Seinfeld. I think I don't think it's on Conan. No, it's on. He's on Fallon, and he's sitting with Fallon, and he's like, how many I'm sure you have a lot of people in your producer credits who've never been here and haven't contributed anything, have they? And Jerry Fallon's like in this really awkward position where he's like, he's like, you can say it, come on, no, they don't do anything. And
it's amazing.
I love how he does not care, and he's in that position because Seinfeld is so unanimously successful. Yeah. But I mean, it's true, man. There's a lot of people there who do nothing, and it's a shame because I feel like that do nothing, the idea of the do nothing contributor is placed on the people who really do a lot. Like, it's like, oh, well, the writers aren't they're just writing fucking, dude, they're literally, they're crafting the thing you're doing.
Well, dude, you know,
Like, it's not some guy who goes by the set and goes like, yeah, this is cool, and then leaves.
Yeah,
in his fucking Bugatti.
Well,
it's like
the backbone.
Speaking of this very specifically, I mean, I learned that like I want to say like production assistants, PAs are not even able to be unionized yet, and that's where they're at least trying to be a part of the union at this point, because
Right.
those are the people that truly are busting their ass for like close to minimum wage.
Yeah, they're
and
like
this whole
serfs.
idea is that, oh, you start as a PA and then you move your way up because of some finagling, and you just figure your way through it. And that's just how the business is. Same thing with fucking unpaid interns. It's the same shit. And it's just like, it's essentially just unpaid labor for real.
You get paid in, what was that YouTuber thing?
Exposure.
Yeah, you get paid in exposure.
Yeah. Dig, we haven't heard from you. I want to hear from you on this. Talk to me about your feelings as a
I was
from an
looking
animator's
forward
point of
to giving you guys my perspective on this and seeing what you thought. It hits close to home, you know. My first thought is that, you know, it's kind of heartbreaking because I think looking back, this was inevitable. You know, you can't change and modernize the body style of the car and make it look all badass without changing the engine, the way it works. You know, it's like the media landscape has evolved, and it's not, you know, it's subscription and streaming now, and we're dealing with AI. It's not movies and some stuff on the big screen anymore, and television and cable. It's completely different, and we have to change the entire mechanism. I mean, the first thing that dawns on me and why I think this is so insidious in a lot of ways is this is Hollywood. This is a giant, multi-tendrilled, cracking, you know, billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money industry. And I think it was a childlike degree of irresponsibility to let it get to this point. I mean, the fact that the writing has not been on the wall for the last decade or so, I mean, a kid would know better than this. This was going to happen. The shit was going to hit the proverbial fan. And it has, you know, and I'll give you some insider perspective on it. Not that I'm an insider in Hollywood, but from my little New York animation bubble, this is something I don't get occasion to talk about a lot, but I was very involved about 15 years ago, the early to mid to later aughts of unionizing, the animators trying to unionize in New York. LA is the only place in the country with an animation union. I'm not sure what goes on in Canada, but the animation industry in LA looks a lot different than the animation industry in New York. But we decided to go to the table in New York. I was part of the Emmy voting committee for animation at that time. So I sort of leveraged my position to get involved with that. And having lost a bunch of Emmy awards, I was like, well, if it can't beat them, just join them. You know, I kind of relinquished my Emmy sort of, you know, being able to win Emmy awards. I got a bunch of nominations, but never won any individual Emmy. So I said, you know what, I'll relinquish that role and I'll try to do this union thing. And we sat down with the arbitrators and the people that were trying to see about us unionizing. And I think the strategy was a little clumsy, but I think what they were trying to do is they were going to try to tie the animators in with the stagecraft union. So crew, gaffers, the behind the camera people, right? Carpenters, maybe catering was part of that. And they would put the animators in with that. But it turned out that because animation in New York is so advertising agency heavy, the production houses that sometimes the advertising agencies own, and sometimes they're little satellite offices of, you know, not directly associated with the advertising agencies, but the advertising agencies basically keep them afloat. Those little mom and pop shops are so tiny, maybe 6 or 8 people, versus the big studios in California, Cartoon Network, DreamWorks, Disney, Pixar. You know, these are big studios. So basically what ended up happening was we weren't able to unionize just based on the scale of the different things we worked for, but we tried. And my idea with that was always, I know, you know, I am, to be transparent, I am very pro-union. I know people that have a problem with the unions cite, you know, I mean, irresponsibility, a sense of entitlement, that it could be dangerous. I understand all those points, but for me, a union working in entertainment was always something that I felt was needed because not only, is this a career, a specialized thing? There's not that many jobs for writers. There's not that many jobs for live action performers or people that work on the stage or animators. It's a very specialized, niche thing. And I think from my experience, you really have to work hard to get to those positions. It's not like every company on the planet has a little art department with graphic designers and stuff. And I'm not belittling or browbeating that sort of thing, but it's a much more specialized thing. It's a tough industry to work in. Also, it's very nomadic. Jobs are irregular. You bounce from gig to gig. It's by its very nature unstable. And I think that sort of security should be built in via a union for people that choose to work in the entertainment industry, because it's tough, especially if you have a family, if you have a mortgage, if you have a wife and children or anything. It could be a single guy with an apartment. It doesn't matter. They're entitled to some sense of security. So I think that's why this stuff is so important. And I think a lot of this, the more I learn, the more sympathy I have. And I think a lot of this, unfortunately, is educating the public, because I think what you guys were saying already is that the public perception is that these are people that work in entertainment. It's Hollywood. They already make a lot of money. They all make thousands and thousands of dollars a week. I think people hear writer and they think, oh, it's a Harvard educated, they're on the writer's room at Saturday Night Live making $25,000 a week. No, that's a very specialized, special thing. Most writers are work-a-day, blue-collar people. When I heard the statistic of SAG-AFTRA, and most of those screen actors, I think the large percent, I'm not even sure what it was, 75, 85% of those people don't qualify for health insurance because they make $26,000 a year or less. This is the type of information that needs to get out into the public.
Yeah.
Not everybody is Brad Pitt and Jennifer
by the way,
Aniston and Tom Cruise and all those people.
Yeah.
These are
by the
blue-collar
way,
people. That are just trying to make a living. And I think that was always my thing. And I know I'm biased, but that was always my thing for being part of a union, was let it give us some sort of semblance of built-in security. Like maybe we make a little more money because we know we're going to be unemployed maybe half the year. You know what I mean? Build all of that into the language of a contract. Let us have security now from the encroaching notion of AI. Let us get paid a little better because we know we're going to get kicked to the curb when the production ends. We're going to be off for 3 months unpaid before the next production starts. Let us get access to the health insurance despite what we pull in every year. Let it give us a piece of the royalties and the profit sharing. That's something animators have almost never had. And the other thing with giving the artists and the creatives part of the profit sharing is, damn well the quality is going to be good because people want to receive something on the back end. It in other words, it works for everybody. That's something that could benefit the viewing public and the moviegoers and the subscribers as well, not just the people that work in the industry. So I think, what you're looking at now is guys like Iger and unsavory cats like Eisner and Katzenberg before him. It doesn't start with Bob Iger. These are the idea of these heartless, malevolent, dictator-like, right, dystopian company heads. It's not even a thing. It's not even like a personality type. It's just that these people are inherently so detached. And they also got away with this for years because the model was a certain way. Yeah, and now they're getting called out onto the carpet because it's changed.
And because they so much of it was hidden that no one knew the growth patterns and what was valuable and what wasn't. It's
absolutely
what I want to say about this is, like, I was actually watching an interview with Bob Iger where he was saying, like, they need to do less and make less. And it's like, you are so far behind where you're supposed to be now. Like, you were supposed to come back and fix this situation.
Yeah.
And what I'm sorry, I know people are tired of hearing it. It's just, I'm going to say it here just because the venue is more appropriate. But like, what Disney has done to Star Wars and what Disney has done to Marvel is fucking embarrassing. Like,
Absolutely.
Because people are like, but Andor's good and this, and I'm like, you're missing the point. Like, you're totally missing the entire point, which is that, like, I don't care because it is no longer special or interesting or made for creative reasons as at least a part of the equation. I'm not saying that George Lucas was out there, being an altruistic angel trying to make his movies. He was a cutthroat businessman who held on to his licenses and made an enormous amount of money. And CEOs of successful companies, and I think this is important to say, I guess, like, to be somewhat balanced, is like, and this really comes into a point, I make a lot about money, which is, I think it's truly difficult to be a CEO of a business. I am the CEO of a business. I'm not talking about me, right? Like, a CEO of a real business, like a real business with real stakes and real money. To me, that is a that could be a 10, 15, $20 million a year job. I do believe that. Like, yes. And I do believe that, like, in my heart, like, if you're making the calls for a company like Apple, that's some serious ass shit. Like, you need to be confident, knowledgeable, with good instincts and all that. And that's worth its weight in gold. But how much is enough?
Yeah.
Like, this is what I keep asking myself. And I think, and I hate to say this, but I don't hate to say it. It's true. It's like, as I've become more financially successful in my life, I think I've become more economically liberal, because I realize it is really cutthroat, but that it doesn't take that much to just take care or try to take care of the people around you to the best of your ability, to mind that and to try to not, like, live a gratuitous life, I guess. And I think about making that much money, and I'm like, I'm not even sure what the fuck you would, like, what that signal even sends to me. You're telling me I'm worth $150 million a year. So it's like, for what reason? Like, what is enough? These guys these guys are so greedy.
And I was going to say,
these guys are just, they're just enough. When is enough? Like, why can't you just be wildly rich? Why does it have to be more and 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 more? And, like, the numbers just have to go up and up. And this is the intersection, the nexus of art and the economy, which doesn't work like that. Right. Like, and they look at examples of high quality, low numeric offerings of the past, like HBO, and I would think more recently something like AMC, and they look at it and they're like, why? I would say, like, how can we do this? How can we do something like where it's like everything's an appointment viewing or must see? It's the quality is massively high. We grow responsibly. We pay people fairly. I make $10 million a year as the CEO of the company instead of 120 with my options, and I'm not worth an insane amount of money, and I have accountability, and that money can be spread out. Not only am I making as the CEO too much money, but all of these executives who, let's say, like, your CFO is making $3.5 million a year, whatever. It's like, well, is that worth it? Or can you do it for $2 million? Can you find someone that will do it for $2 million a year? Can you be more equitable? In other words, I don't want to make it seem like I don't resent people being rich. I think that's great. I want to be rich. Like, I have no problem with that. I just look at it and I say, like, what the fuck about the people behind you? What about the people underneath you? Like, what about the people that are creating everything for you?
The way that you look at that, which I really do appreciate you saying, because when you're saying, like, I just want to make sure, like, the people around me are taken care of. That version, to someone like, some of these other CEOs we're talking about, that version of taking care of people around me, they're talking about their shareholders. And they're obviously under the pressure of all that. It's not the people that are doing any of this stuff. It's just the people that are, that are entitled to the profits in their eyes.
You would think, though, that, like, I don't know. It's weird because, like, you mentioned that, like, the SAG statistics too of like $25,000 a year, and that's, by the way, in places where the focus of that industry are in places that are, like, pretty fucking expensive.
Yeah, dude.
Yes. $25,000 a year in Los Angeles is beyond destitute.
Yeah,
like,
that's poverty, man. Yeah.
That is crazy. And I don't know, man. Like, it's weird. I just don't know why it's okay for people, like, living, like, beyond any reasonable means to follow the capitalistic instinct of demanding what they're worth. But that's viewed as, like, kind of, like, totally fine. But it's bad for people actually creating that which has created the content that permits that lavish lifestyle in the first place. It's bad for them to want to be slightly more comfortable.
Yeah,
Like
you
that's
said it,
weird.
dude.
Like I don't get it. Like it's a weird double standard. It's kind of, and I think it exists because people have this idea that they will one day be that person. Like it's this like, oh well, and I was talking to this with my parents too. And my parents are a little bit older, and they don't really kind of, I don't think they see it the same way, but like I look at people who, if you make like $100 million a year, for example, right? Like that is, and there's like, would you, like my dad is like, would you want to lose? Would you give up 90% of that? And I'm like, yeah, I could easily give up 90% of that money and live a life that's beyond, like an insane life that like most people would.
That's exactly my point.
There's a limit. There's a certain limit by which your money even has value. Like at a certain point, it actually, you target like loses value like at a certain point.
Well,
like if you have billions of dollars in your bank account, like that is worthless.
That's insanity.
It's worthless to you because like what opens up to you at that point?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can't, like the idea it's like, man, I want to buy a baseball team, but I can't. But like people feel bad about that. It's like, oh, that poor guy.
You'll get there.
But it's like, hey, I'd like my electricity to be on so that I can cook and survive. It's like, what are you, entitled?
Why? Right. This is why I feel a certain way. And I've said this before about, I don't think billionaires are inherent. We did a whole billionaire topic. Like, I don't think billionaires are inherently evil. I think most of them have created incredible value. We should just have systems in place where like you can't possibly have that much money. Like I just,
yeah.
And I'm not saying maybe even $1 billion, but people that have tens and hundreds, like this is an enormous amount of wealth that is hoarded. And I know that that's capitalistic, but it just seems so wrong when I guess what I'm saying is that I couldn't imagine having access to that repository of money and not spending almost all of it.
Yeah.
If I have $1 billion, like, all right, I'll take, and maybe it's easier said than done, right? But it's like, I could imagine like, I'll take half of that, 500 million. I'll take $500 million and then I'll spend the other $500 million on like a cause or do something decent and go with it. That's why I'm so puzzled that kind of money even exists in savings, right? Like that money could be accessed in any liquidity, because wouldn't you want to do something with it? What the fuck do you need all of that for?
Yeah.
You know,
Ceiling.
That's
Could
a big
you establish
thing to me.
a ceiling, Kyle, and it still be capitalism? I mean, look.
No, you
I
couldn't.
understand.
That's the thing is that like that, by the way, Dave, that's why you couldn't that's why I think you need to make it. I would say that like the best way you could probably deal with this is to make it super beneficial to taxation to give your, like when you have that much money to give your money away, like just avoid your capital gains. Like people pick on the billionaires and all of that, like to pay your taxes. But when you think about it, it's the government spends trillions of dollars a year. Like you're not really getting that much from them. It's more about the point of it, about getting it from them, the more than you need it. So what I would say is like, don't pay your taxes, whatever. Just spend most of your money on like charity and causes.
Right.
And then we won't bust your balls.
Right.
You know?
And then
God
you're
forbid.
also it's fun. Like, look, I don't even want to, I'll go the other way with it and just say like, you're the leader of a big company, a big corporation. You're, the sort of top of that totem pole. The buck stops with you. You're the leader. You have that level of responsibility on your shoulders. You're the shot caller, right? I get it. Like, yeah, you should be well compensated. But when the entire kingdom underneath you is literally suffering and impoverished, there's so much money to go around and they're not entitled to any of it. This is something I've been dealing with working in entertainment for 25 years. But the fact that, I don't know, I think Chris touched on something that's really important. And this is going to be dangerous for me to say, but this is why I always had a problem with like, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but this is why I always had problems with the blue collar Republican, because it's like, why does the coal miner in central Pennsylvania empathize with Donald Trump? Because you're going to get there someday. It's ridiculous. That's not how it works. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just offended a bunch of people.
That's such a complicated issue, though.
It's the same thing, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
They'll be
That's
okay.
why I think
Sorry.
that's why these people get a buddy pass.
It's the idea that like they think that's going to be them one day.
Yes.
And because like we come from where we are, like
Right.
we like to us, like you look at like somebody who makes like, I don't know, $1 billion and then they oh my God, they have to pay 900 million in taxes or whatever. Or
Right.
like, so like that's not a real thing. Right. But like, let's extrapolate like a hypothetical, like to you, you're thinking like, Jesus Christ, if I had to pay 900 million, that would fuck me up because you make like $50,000. Of course, of course, it's terrifying to you. And it's because that's just such an incomprehensible amount of money. You know, it's a lot, but you also don't understand how much you have at that point. Like
Right.
I don't think the brain is equipped to handle what that even means.
Yeah.
Like, actually, like, I don't think people understand it. And I think if people did understand it, they'd be like, maybe there should be some level where it's, you know, maybe not super cool to
The
have
ripple effect.
that much money, especially because, like, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, we're getting into, you know.
No, I mean, I think everything you're saying is really resonating, Chris. I mean, I think two things too. I think the ripple effect of the content is going to be really interesting to see. Like the fallout from all this is going to be
Oh yeah,
pretty heavy. It's something that we've certainly haven't witnessed. I mean, supposedly since the 60s, but certainly our generations have never seen anything like that, where there's going to be a paradigm shift in what comes out and what's available to us, which is interesting.
I think it's
And
And
gonna be,
also, I don't
it's
know
gonna
how
be
this
catastrophic, I think.
ends. Like who the Hollywood sort of, you know, the rulers of Hollywood, it's been a certain way for so many decades now, since the inception of Hollywood, essentially, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have to get, for me, they're going to have to give in at some point.
Definitely.
But that's something we haven't ever seen before.
Yeah.
And what is that going to look like? And how does the whole entertainment landscape sort of fall back in line after this is all said and done? And when? How long? That's the other thing. Really interesting shit.
I think one thing that I tried to because one thing I've just tried to be mindful is to like not prey on labor as a business owner. Like when people offer, oh, I'll just do that for you. They want to do it. They want to help you. I'm like, I don't want anything from you for free. Right. I don't. When we start getting repeat people like I did with Hogue and Moore's Law, where we start getting repeat guests on the show, and I'm going to be doing it with Ramon. It's like I start paying them because, and I'm not saying it's like life-changing amounts of money. It's just like respect for your time. Like I know that this is fun. You probably like doing it. It's exciting or whatever, but it's like, let's treat it like a business. I make money on it, you know? And I just think that like setting a seed like that to just treat people with some care, you know, tip the person 20% at a restaurant if you get good service, like do the right thing in those situations if you can afford it, and just don't pull the ladder up behind you. And I think that that's like an important lesson to just treat people like so that they remember that kind of stuff too, about who treated them well and who treated them right, or who at least tried to, tried to do right by them, as opposed to all the people that are trying to prey on them. And I think that you just see a lot of that in that.
Colin, as you say that, you know, that also reminds me of just like there are because we're talking about on such a large scale with some of these corporations and networks and stuff like that, but there are so many things happening in the day-to-day with very, very small companies that don't have the mindset that you have, you know. And I'm so proud as your friend that you have that mindset. It really means a lot to me. Because I've experienced working, you know, with smaller businesses in restaurants and smaller businesses, you know, other bands that hire me for certain things. And you'd be surprised, like they don't have that same outlook and they're far less successful than you. And that shit blows my mind. And that is only me. And that's happening to millions of other people that work for small companies that are just getting fucked.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. And I thank you for your kind words. I just think, I guess, like, I don't necessarily think that someone's poverty is necessarily interconnected to someone's mega wealth. I think that there's all sorts of systems in place that keep those things moving. And it's so complicated. I don't want to make it sound like that at all. I just think we have too much of the polar opposites. We have too much poverty and destitution, even by American standards. And then we have just way too much. Like, look at the fucking submarine thing, dude. You know, like that it's like, what is this?
And it's about the fact that, like, right now, I mean, this is something my dad talked about a while ago when I was coming out of college and, you know, trying to like figure out what I was going to do. And it's something that he kind of warned me of. And it's just kind of this, like, the more and more like this, like, complete shrinking of some sort of sense of, like, quote unquote middle class mobility, the worse the gap is going to keep going and going and widening and widening. And that is a recipe for absolute disaster, in my opinion.
Well, let's stay on this topic, Chris, and go to you as we close things out. I'm interested to see what you have to say with your topic, and we'll continue talking about similar themes, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I just so I found I saw this video of kind of Tom Holland giving an interview about Hollywood, and it was actually kind of it wasn't just about Hollywood. It was just about a lot of stuff. And he was like weirdly like candid about like, yeah, you know, I really I don't like Hollywood. It scares me. It's like a weird business, and of course, like he's like, I've seen people lose themselves to it or whatever, and it's funny how vastly different the interpretations of those things have, or that sentiment has been in the reception to it, because like they're like weird, like I would imagine just very bizarre people who are like, oh, that means in Hollywood they're like sacrificing babies dude, like people, I don't know, man, it always shocks me how many people are like actually like who actually do believe that, like the level of like like where, as opposed to just like the basic like Occam's razor of like, no, I don't think the brain is just built to process, you know, millions of other people adoring or hating you, right? And that probably ends up psychologically messing with you to some degree.
It's got to be eyes wide shut or nothing.
Yeah, it's always got to be some like weird. It's always got to turn into an anime for some reason. But but it got me thinking about just like just how specifically how it does affect people, or how it changes people, whether it changes people or not. And I was thinking about it more specifically in the same way that I was thinking about how I think about a lot of things in the context of like the human brain's ability to perceive it, or like our natural inclination to perceive it, like evolutionarily speaking. And I think a lot about, you know, the concept of being famous, or the concept of being like well known, and how weird that must be at certain degrees. Because, you know, I'm at a level, right, where like people will recognize me. Like people, you know, I'm not like super, like I can go out in peace, but generally speaking, at least like once a week, if I'm out, someone will lock eyes and be like, hey, you know, cool. And they'll know who I am. And it's weird. And even at my level, I remember feeling it messing with me. I remember feeling like, I remember I would feel like, oh, I would go outside and I'd be like, oh, it'd be cool if somebody recognized me today. And I'd be like, oh, wait. I don't want to want that. That's weird. That's a bizarre feeling. And so to imagine it on the scale of like, you know, I don't even like a Dave Chappelle or like a Tom Holland or like a Zendaya. Like I can't, that amount of attention at all is insane. Even if it's love, even if it's like pure admiration, if it's people like singing your praises, people hating you, I would imagine is like way crazier. But like, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily have anywhere to go with it. I just think it's like an interesting thing to think about, and like whether or not a person is really built for that level of psychological, being perceived at that level by that many people with that many strong opinions about you, despite not knowing you at all. It's like, I wonder what that does psychologically. And it could potentially explain a lot of, I don't know, you think of like some of the famous instances of tabloid journalism of celebrities, like people like losing their, like I remember the Britney Spears thing.
Oh yeah, Britney Spears is exactly who came to mind for me.
Yeah, that was like a famous thing, and everybody was just sort of like laughing at it. In retrospect, it's probably kind of like really cruel.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I mean, and I know it is kind of like a woe is me celebrity kind of deal. Like they've got so many of their needs met and like whatever. Like I sympathize with that to a degree as well. But I also do think it is a very unique burden in some way to know that you are being watched intently by so many millions of people. It's got to be nuts. And I don't know. I guess I'll open it to everybody, whether or not they want to expand on it. I don't know. Like I just was kind of thinking about this last night. I just found myself in like a loop of just thinking about how interesting it is.
I've gotten into a like being back at my media job and then founding Kind of Funny. Like there was like a growing level of real internet fame that started to come with that I realized like was not like, your high level of big YouTuber fame. I'm not saying anything like that, but like,
not like PewDiePie, but it's still
no, nothing like
it's
that.
It's still a lot.
Right. Like I've told stories where like I went to dinner with Greg multiple times in San Francisco where like the waiter recognized us, like that was waiting on us. And I always thought that was like, we would just go out as like friends, like not. And like, then you're like in this situation where people think you're like, what are you supposed to be to these people? And like, how do you, and it brought up all this, like kind of this metagame in my mind where like I think about this episode of Comedians in Cars where this guy goes to like the waiter goes to shake Jerry Seinfeld's hand at the table, and he's like, I'm about to eat, and like gives him a fist bump or whatever. And it's like, that's the kind of guy, like, he just doesn't give a fuck. And that's what I love about Jerry Seinfeld. He doesn't care if he comes off as rude or snide or whatever, which is why I never wanted to meet him, because I never wanted to have a bad interaction with him, because that would just ruin my life probably. But I'm not like that. I'm more sensitive to that. So then I when I know that I'm recognized or some, like I had a really weird experience with my ex in San Francisco at a game bar called Game, Game bar. It could be a gay bar too, I don't know, but called Soda Popinski's. And in San Francisco, where like I thought I was just playing, like you go there and you play NES games and you like get beers and drinks or whatever, and it's cool. And I used to go there and play Dr. Mario, which is like an obsession of mine. And I'm like, I'm nasty good at fucking Dr. Mario.
It's so good.
And so a dude came up next to me, and this really stayed with me because it bothered me a lot. Like, you kind of just naturally make friends there. No one knows who the fuck anyone is. No one knew who I was when I would go to this place. And so this guy like acted like he didn't know me. He's like, oh, I love Dr. Mario. Can I play with you? I'm like, yeah, sure. And we started playing, and I was beating the fucking shit out of him. Like, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, why are you doing this? This is not really the scene for it. And then he was like, oh, I just want to let you know I'm like a big, like after a half an hour, of me thinking I'm having like an earnest interaction with someone, they're like, oh, I want to let you know I'm a big fan. And I was like, really, I was nice to him, but I was like really put off by that just because I felt like it was so disingenuous.
Yeah, it's a weird choice.
And then that's always stayed with me, not for any reason other than like in my own neighborhood, I'm friendly with my neighbors. I think they all wonder what I do because I'm just always wandering around my yard and like just wandering around the neighborhood and walking around, and just doesn't seem to go to work or even work at all because I just do things at weird hours. And but I try to keep, a few of my neighbors know me, but like I try to keep even what I know, like what I do, a secret, because I just don't want to be in a situation like that again where you don't have a high level of fame, so no one expects that they're going to recognize you. People that know what you do don't think anyone else is going to care, which is good. But then you have that weird interaction where like someone does know you or has an expectation. And that always really bothered me. So I remember Greg and I used to have conversations when we founded Kind of Funny. We would say this, I was like, I want half of the wealth and 25% of the fame. Or it was half the wealth and 10% of the fame. You can have half the wealth and 90% of the fame. And we used to say it, and we would laugh like that. And he was like, I'm fine with that. And like it appealed to both of our sensibilities. And I was able to kind of construct a company where I feel like that I've taken that kind of out of the equation. I don't think I get recognized very often. I do get recognized once in a while around here, but it's rare. I did go to a restaurant with a friend here when I first moved here, and she and I were talking, and she's like, do you get recognized ever? And I was like, yes, like not really, like, sometimes. And then literally I was walking out and someone recognized me and wanted to take a picture with me. It was almost as if I like paid this person.
That's awesome.
To like with that perfect timing. But that's a pretty rare. The reality is that this is an attention-based industry. Entertainment is just an attention-based industry, but that attention comes at a cost. And I don't want to debase myself by like catering too much to it because I think it comes off as fake and disingenuous. I can't possibly have a personal connection at that level, or I just feel like it gets predatory and weird if you feed into it too much. So I try to, I don't know, from my own point of view, I really just want to live a peaceful and quiet life, make what I make. And I think that what I love, and I wonder what you think of this, Chris, because you say you get recognized every so often. I wonder, my mom says that, our mom says this to me sometimes, where this might come up, where she's like, oh, when's the last time you got recognized or whatever? And I'm like, oh, it doesn't really happen very much. And she's like, I bet you your biggest fans know you well enough to know that you wouldn't want to know that they recognized that you.
That's a great point.
And I was like, that's interesting. So I wonder in what situations I might have been where that happened too. But generally speaking, like I couldn't imagine, I'm like a fucking F-list internet celebrity. Yeah. I was crescendoing to maybe like a C tier at IGN, in the early kind of funny years. But
but compared to most people, you guys are very famous.
Well, Chris is, I think, a lot more famous than me in terms of that,
Well, I don't know. But like I get it's also the place that I am. This is like where I'm at is a very, I would get recognized a lot.
I'm not going to get approached at a Tractor Supply when I'm looking at
probably
soil.
not. I don't know if I'll get I don't know if like some Home Depot, like if I'll get recognized at like a Home Depot or anything. But yeah, even at that level though, like even you have to think about like, I mean, what you were mentioning before, like what am I to these people, and like how do I act, and like just like thinking about that. Imagine like, and that's where you're at now, which is like comparatively very, very low compared to like, dude, imagine if you went outside and you knew for a fact everybody knew who you were.
Yeah, it would be horrifying.
Like that sounds like absolute hell to me.
Me too. I think it's the soccer player. I think it's Messi, plays for the Miami team now, like in his kind of twilight of his career. So he came over to play in the States and kind of get his money. And he's been trying to, and it's like several times now has just gone to Publix to like go shopping, not realizing he's like getting more and more swarmed every time he goes to Publix. And that really does sound like a miserable existence. But I think I know some people that really love that stuff too, like love the attention and all of that. And I think that's great. And being around someone that was much more in the light, being in the limelight as a partner for so long in entertainment with Greg, it was actually quite nice to come up like that because no one expected anything of me.
Yeah.
And
he really did relish that.
He loved it. I mean, I mean, it's obvious and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. We used to make fun of him all the time. Me and Brian Altano used to make fun of him. Like the saying would be like, can't you just have a dinner? Because like it would always be like he'd have a plan where like he'd be like, I'm gonna, he would tweet out like, I'm gonna be here for this dinner at this spot. Like it's just like, can't you? And when we went to Louisville for my 30th birthday, remember someone came to the restaurant?
Well, yeah, I remember that.
And then Greg, like Greg was like really contrite. I remember, which I appreciated, where he's like, I'm sorry, like, I know this is not like what you like you're seeing. So but I always appreciated. He was like sucking all of that energy away from me where I really appreciated that. So that when I started this, like I never expected to be in a position where it's like, I'm the flagship member of a squad. It's like, that was never ever my life in any respect. But I'm actually, Ramon, I want to get you involved in this because I'm interested to hear your take on this just from, well, obviously your own point of view, but you've been around, like you're a working musician and a touring musician. You've played with big acts
at times.
I'm saying, but you've had interactions with famous people, or at least interacted in that world at festivals and all these crazy things that I could really never imagine. When I went and saw Bad Rabbits, the band you play with, open for 311 5 or 6 years ago now, that was like one of the most incredible experiences of my life. Seeing a touring band that I love up close and personal, as if I'm part of the crew. It was kind of weird and surreal. And so but you have experienced that so many times. So I'm just wondering what your interaction with that world is and what you think about this question.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I mean, speaking of that too, I mean, that was definitely a super fun day. And, I was just like, so happy that you were there. Like there's no other person I would want there on that day. And it was definitely something that, for many years we'll have really funny things to say about some of our interactions that day with some of the people there. And it was fun. But also I was going to say too, when you're talking about when we went to Kentucky, it's almost like, what is it? Almost 9 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. 9 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think at that time, it was like Greg had maybe just posted, like even it was pretty vague. That's the other thing. Even though he was like apologetic, it was actually pretty vague where like someone had to like really know where that was.
Right.
That's the thing. Like he just posted, I think it was just like the bar and it had some like lights and shit. And they're like, oh, that's the silver dollar.
Right.
I know where those guys are.
Oh, wow.
I'm showing up.
Tracked
And
you
that's
down.
great. That's what I mean. Like I think Greg said something like just enjoying, like he might have even said something like just enjoying Louisville or like something so vague.
Yeah, totally.
But the person
I don't
saw-
mean to make it sound like I'm throwing him under the bus. You're right.
Oh, no. I just meant that it's really funny how that kind of thing can happen, you know, where like, you know, yes, he's definitely someone that kind of leans into that for sure. And, you know, more power to him for that. But like, that's what was so funny to me about that. And funny and also kind of like a little alarming where I was like, man, that person really picked that out. But then it was like they joined us like in like our private room. It was like, how did you get here, man?
Yeah,
And it's like,
exactly.
because I remember me and Greg Greg and I were like joking on a bunch of stuff that night and like just cracking up and like out of nowhere, like him and I are just like in our own world. And then like I see from the, like, I look at you're like the other end of the table and there's just like some random person there, like really just like, you know, I don't even know what they were saying to you at that point, but obviously just like really up in your space, just kind of like, and I remember just being like, Greg, and then he turned around and then Greg more or less was like your security guard. I was like, all right, man, I'm taking you out. You know, like,
Yeah, I always
you gotta
appreciate
love Greg for that.
Yeah, I always appreciated just like he would always be like, yeah, I always just get nervous standing in line. We had to get security at fucking E3 and PSX and all these things. But I didn't feel like it was really for me. You know, I felt like it was really more for him, but I was just kind of around for that. But anyway, yeah. What's been your experience otherwise with like, I'm curious, like your you have any funny, famous detached person stories?
Well, I mean, it really depends. I mean, like, now that you mentioned this, there is something very specific and I'll try to, I don't know if it's like worth mentioning who they are, but I'll try to frame it without sounding too like name droppy or anything like that. Cause that's the thing. I think the one thing that first came to mind. So when when we were sent this topic, weirdly enough, like, and I wrote this in my notes, like, I'm not trying to sound like I'm on some like, I only watch indie films type shit or anything like that. I actually didn't know who Tom Holland was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But obviously once I looked it up and I was like, oh yeah, that's the person that dates
Peter
Zendaya or used to, or I don't even know. Either way, I saw like certain things with them coming up and, you know, I watched Euphoria and I really love that show. And so I guess that was my version of like, oh yeah, I do know who that is. But then obviously I saw that he's in like a bunch of Marvel films and like this kind of ties back into some of the shit we were talking about before where it's just like, I'm again, like this probably comes up in so many circles. People are tired of it. Same thing with Star Wars. But I am like at this point now where because when I was a kid, I wasn't, I've never been like, oh, I'm a DC person, I'm a Marvel person or anything like that. I'm not even that into comics. But when I was a kid, I used to really love Marvel and I used to love DC and a lot of the cartoons that were on and a lot of the video games. Like I used to love Maximum Carnage when I was a kid. And, you know, it's stuff like that. The reason why I say this is because Marvel's gotten so on this different place where I don't even think about it anymore, which is really strange because I was a kid that like, you know, having seen like 89 Batman, right? I used to like imagine like, oh man, like they need to really do an X-Men movie. Like, what's that going to be like? And then they did an X-Men movie and I was kind of like, all right, whatever. But like, I wouldn't expect it to be what it is now.
Dude, the X-Men movie is such a quainter time too, which is so funny.
No,
like,
I know,
yeah,
but even that, but I was talking like in 94, 95, I was like, oh man, they should get Dolph Lundgren to play Colossus. Like,
Yeah.
I would think that way when I was a kid.
Yeah, Jim Lee X-Men.
So, but I mean it like, I was just so like, it kind of boggles my mind where they've come from, like how far they've gone. And now it's to the point where like, you're saying Tom Holland, I don't even know who the fuck that guy is.
Yeah.
Even though in so many circles I should. And that's also indicative of kind of like, it is like, depending on, it's like, it always is depending on who you're talking to, I guess. And also like
100%.
the way that the way I think the media and the press like totally make everything seem like so like immediate in certain ways, and then there's so many other people that are just like actually not paying attention to certain things. And that's what I meant before, where, you know, when you're talking about where do we go from here with the strike and everything, and in terms of the amount of like things that are out there to consume, it's like we're in reality, like we've already reached the limit. Like there's so much shit that we can't even see in our lifetime, and far better shit that wasn't a part of the PR blitz, you know, like all these things that all these little niches. And that's what I'm trying to say, like too, where people should in this day and age be able to fucking live in the niche if they want. And that's what I mean, where as it pertains to this topic and the idea of fame, there is another element that is like, it's been like infected at an early age in all of us somehow, in this strive for some sort of level of notoriety or, you know, I guess fame to some degree. And I do think, especially living like, I mean, where I live in LA, I feel like I'm kind of detached from it. And you can, that's the beauty of LA sometimes, where you kind of can exist. And like people have this perception of LA, like, oh, it must be like Hollywood and shit all the time.
LA is huge.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think people have any concept of like how big Los Angeles actually is.
Yeah,
like it's like 8. It feels like it's 8 counties. It stretches way further than I feel like it should.
Yeah, like we always said, like me living in Santa Monica meant that I basically lived on an island. Like it was impossible to go anywhere. Yeah. Like,
but the one thing I was going to say,
horrible.
Like I was trying to say, like I guess with this idea of like this, you know, society's preoccupations with the celebrity and this kind of like idea of putting these people completely on pedestals, I think is like a really just unhealthy thing.
Yeah.
And in so many ways, it's great too. Like obviously it can inspire people to do what they want to do and get into whatever they're going to get into. And maybe they take it to another level. And I think those things are the really nice elements of that. Say you get inspired by an actor or something when you're younger, and that's why you end up doing what you're doing, and hopefully you're not struggling as we've been highlighting.
Yeah.
But I just mean it like there's certain little elements, like memories that I have, like for instance, you know, and I've talked to Colin more extensively about this. Maybe I haven't in a while, because it is just this kind of like weird period of my life. In that, like there was a period, you know, my dad is a filmmaker to some degree, and a writer and an actor at times. And I bring him up because there was this kind of like, in retrospect now, I look back on it as seeing this kind of like unhealthy relationship to fame, because like when I have this memory of being like a 5-year-old kid, and like speaking of 89 Batman, like when I was 5, like I loved 89 Batman, and I was like impersonating the Joker like all around the house, and it was just like all day, every day, like acting like Joker, being a, you know, just a vibrant kid. And it was like, rather than just kind of and this can go into even another topic some other day, but it's like, rather than just kind of like let a kid just be a kid and kind of, you know, just enjoy the fact that you have this like funny ass little kid running around your house impersonating Jack Nicholson, you know, which that's the thing. I didn't even know at that point, like how important Jack Nicholson was to my dad, you know? And that's what I mean. It's like, he kind of comes from that era where it's like, you know, quote unquote, like the golden age of cinema, where his heroes are like Cassavetes, and, you know, he loves Jack Nicholson, and, you know, he loves the film Reds. You know, it's like he's from this time where like it just doesn't exist anymore. Like he loves, you know, Paris, Texas, and, you know, and it's awesome that I love that about my dad. But what I was trying to get at is that rather than just be like, yeah, this is like my funny ass little kid, it was like, hey, how do you feel about going on auditions? You know, like when I was like 7, and I would get like pulled out of school and like go on auditions for commercials and shit. And it's like this kind of idea that, like, I guess what I wrote in my notes is that I think fame almost like makes people think that it's like it provides this like sliver of validation in a world that is continuously trying to like bring us down. Almost give us this like kind of like illusion of invincibility some way under capitalism and a kind of apparent freedom with a double-edged sword. And I know that sounds like very heady to some regard. I just mean in that like it's some level of escapism, and it's what people kind of are kind of told that that's what you should strive for, versus just being a craftsman, versus just focusing on your craft, just doing the best work you can as an artist, letting those things kind of follow you or come to you or not come to you. And no matter what, still figuring out a way to continue to do that if you truly have a passion for it. And that's where, you know, even before when we were talking about, like, say if a show had this massive budget and the composer has like a bigger stake in the profits, that might actually change like how they end up making that music in a way, because of whatever pressure that comes along with that. That's not necessarily related to the fame aspect, but I just mean this, like, when you put these kind of, and I'm totally guilty of this as a musician, as someone who's been struggling as a musician for 20 years now, it is very, very important to manage expectations, because, you know, even something as similar as like when Colin brings up us, you know, me playing in that band Bad Rabbits, getting to open up for 311, it is one of those stories where it's like, if you would have told 14-year-old me that, I would have fucking combusted. Because I was so enthralled with them as a kid, you know, and those were my heroes. And I'm saying, like, when it happens, it's just a good day for me and Colin. That's how I remember it now, you know, and there's nothing beyond that. And I say this because in LA and in music and all the industries we talk about, like, there always is this kind of element of like the name drop and like where, like what you think like working with this person is going to lead to and what it might not. And it's like, it can really mess with you in certain ways, because it does change like how you interact with your peers, and it can like make you feel like, I can see, like, to go back to, you know, Tom Holland, unknown actor. Yeah,
at least to you.
Yeah, no, I could see what he means. How like obviously that is completely like everyone's perception of you, and like say someone, you know, it creates things like, oh, I was in that movie with Tom Holland. You know, it's like that kind of mentality. It's like, well, were you good in it? You know, or like,
yeah,
you'd be surprised at like how much this kind of like infiltrates everything. And that's what I get a little worried about. Like even something is so small, like when I first moved out here, like in addition to working at restaurants, like I was doing like catering gigs, and it was really funny because, you know, I know Colin, I'm not sure if you watched the new Party Down.
No, I watched the old one. I haven't watched
I know you're a fan of it, but I just say that because that show really taps into, like, very similar to how Barry taps into what we were talking about before. Like Party Down taps into this like darkness that is hovering over Hollywood, and unfortunately like what people have to do to get by. But also it shows like these characters that are so like, that do have this like very heightened, inflated sense of self. And I experienced that working with a lot of like quote unquote actor types working in restaurants, because that's always been the thing. Oh, if you're an actor, you know, you get by waiting tables, you know. Sure. And it's unfortunately something I think needs to just kind of go away, especially as musicians. Musicians shouldn't be working in restaurants, in my opinion, because it takes away the valuable time that you could actually be out with your peers at night. But that's a whole different story. But
I love that.
I just say that because I have this funny story of like, I'm like literally just trying to do my job at the catering gig, and like we're in line or something. We're like kind of like setting up for the restaurant, you know, doing weddings and big corporate events, stuff like that. And I hear this dude, he's like talking to this other guy, and he's like, I'm like trying to get him to help me out, like carry this like big bus tub of forks, right? It's like heavy as hell. And I hear this dude talking to this other dude. He's like, as a he's like, as a director, the shot doesn't have to look good, just has to make sense. And I was like, dude, can you just help me bring these fucking forks to the kitchen, please?
He's breaking it down for you. It's taking you to school.
No, he wasn't talking to me. Like, that's what I meant. He was just talking to someone else. And I only mean that, and more power to him. And it's someone that I think it's important also as an artist to, like, you do realize, like, the ideas come to you no matter what, all day, every day. And it is important to, like, if that guy wrote that down, or the guy he was talking to wrote that down, amazing. Because it kind of never stops. But then there are certain circumstances where it's like, you realize just like everyone's like talking about the shows they're pitching and the work that they did, and they got this person on this, and they're hoping that this gets picked up so they can quit their catering gig. It's part of some sort of like really unhealthy thing, even recently, as somehow all roads lead back to nu metal. My partner is involved with cat rescuing, and that's a whole other story. It can be its own topic in its own right. But it's so funny, a lot of the things with trying to get exposure and kind of mobilizing and using social media to really help. It really blows my mind how something that is so well-meaning and, I guess, earnest, whatever you want to say, like, it cracked me up because this woman that she's dealing with, like, kind of does some like grassroots rescuing and like kind of works with other rescues and stuff. And the way it came up, she was like, famous musician Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit is actually involved in TNR and trapping cats. And it's like, dude, Wes Borland's just trying to be Wes Borland. Like, that's what I mean. It's this idea that fame can somehow like make everyone fucking care so much about it. I'm sorry, I know that's such a big tangent. I think I can leave you at that. As I say, all roads somehow seemingly lean to nu metal. But
LIMPBIZKIT.
I love that.
But yeah, those are my 2 cents there, I guess.
Dave, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I'll just tell you guys, when Chris sent us this topic, I immediately thought of Chris and Kyle because I knew I'd be sitting with you guys, and to me, you guys are famous. And it struck me at the root of everything Chris was saying earlier with fame, right? Here's the sort of issue for me, or this is what rings alarm bells, right? This is the imbalance or the strange dynamic in that the very notion of fame, right, means that all of these countless souls, all of these people, however million, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, possibly billions, depending on the level of fame, right? They all know you, but you don't know nobody. That's weird. That's very strange that the relationship is completely one-sided. A one-sided relationship in anything else in life doesn't work. So I think inherently that dynamic is strange. I don't think it's possible. I think a human being would have to really adapt to that, right?
Yeah.
And I think it would be really hard to deal with. I think of myself in that situation of being famous, and I think I would immediately want to go to ground. Like, I think of somebody told me this famous story about Daniel Day-Lewis, right? One of our great actors.
Yeah.
And apparently when he got recognized early on many years ago as this great, rare, Brando-esque actor, one of our greatest who ever lived, and he would do a project, and from what he says, he would enjoy it. He loves acting and everything. And immediately, just to sort of ground himself, he would finish up a project. He would fly back to Ireland and he would lay brick. He would be like a stonemason. For months, he would go off the radar.
I thought you were using a euphemism.
Blowing up his phone. He wouldn't answer it. What'd you say?
I thought you were using a euphemism. He was laying brick.
No.
It's like, damn, Daniel Day-Lewis was going to
he would lay brick.
He was
but
going
also
to Thailand.
He actually laid brick.
Yeah.
And I thought that really spoke to me. I mean, that's kind of hyperbolic, but I like the idea of just getting back to feeling like a human being, getting off the pedestal, stepping out of the Hollywood bubble, sort of getting back to your anonymity, because that's the trade-off, right? It's appreciation for loss of privacy. I've always been Colin knows this. I've always been very attracted to the famous recluse, right? Like I think of a guy like Bill Watterson. Maybe there's one photo of this guy circulating, but everybody knows Calvin and Hobbes. They know him because we know Bill Watterson from what he gave us, right? So I would aspire to that for myself. Like I would love to be appreciated, adored maybe is a bit much, but I would love to be appreciated for doing the things I care about doing, right? Drawing, animation, illustration, maybe the things I say in a podcast. Like I would just like to be appreciated for what I'm giving out, what I'm creating, rather than the face, right? And don't get me wrong, like acting is always something I've really thought about. I would have enjoyed, like acting, live action on camera, everything to do with live action filmmaking, but even acting. But I think that would be really, and I think it depends on the personality, but I think that would be really hard for me to deal with because I don't know. It's like people appreciating you for things that they think they know you for, right? For your art. They're not, the masses aren't appreciating actor A because of everything he embodies as a person. They're appreciating him for what they know him for, doing films, doing television, maybe writers, athletes, all of that sort of thing. And I think I would struggle with that. I think I would struggle with sort of the artifice of being appreciated for something rather than somebody really knowing me and me not knowing them. I think there's a weird barrier in between people with that. You know, I think celebrity culture, like worshiping celebrities too and look, do you know what I mean? But for me, I think it's kind of I think Ramon said it earlier. It seems unhealthy because a lot of people are celebrating these people for the wrong reasons. It feels like, and who am I to say what the right reasons and the wrong reasons? But you know what I mean. It seems like, you know, I don't know. It seems about.
Was there anybody that like you like? 'Cause I remember growing up, there were a lot of people who would like, or not even growing up, just like still to this day, like there are people who would like freak out when they would see somebody or something. It's like, and I genuinely don't think I've ever had that experience, and I don't think I could really. Like there was like maybe one moment where like in New York City I saw like Conan O'Brien and I thought, oh, weird, and that was it. You know what I mean? Like the idea that like you would scream in excitement at the idea that, like it's just like, yeah, okay, that's fucking okay.
It's exciting to see them without the screen.
It's more like, oh, weird, because like, you know, you don't expect to see this. It's more just like I don't have a reason to expect to see this person in real life ever, but and there they are. Oh, how weird.
Yes.
But like I feel like even my favorite people, I'd be like, oh, look, it's Tarantino. That's weird.
Well, it's funny how you say this because
Bizarre.
Even though as much as I'm like saying like, you know, and again, I to echo what Dagan's saying too, you know, like do you, and you know, there's no right or wrong with any of these things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, but I say this because for whatever reason, and this is just maybe kind of tying into what Colin was asking me about too, like I definitely, because of me being the person that like read all the liner notes of records and CDs when I was a kid, it's like I do have this kind of like running facial encyclopedia of certain people that work in music and certain actors and really the most random people, in that I'm always that person that says, oh yeah, that's that person. And they're like, oh yeah, you're right. And it's like, yeah, we just kind of move on. But it's like, for whatever reason, I have this like radar of, I guess they're technically celebrities, you know, famous people, I guess, but it's like, I've just been around them in working in restaurants, in certain circumstances, like what Colin was even saying very specifically, around like festivals, because you are kind of exposed to like some of these kind of bigger, like nowadays festivals kind of are actually kind of all over the place, certain ones in terms of like the billing. It's not like this kind of like it's not like Lollapalooza in 1994 where it's like a
Right.
very like specific like alternative music festival. And they still have stuff like that. But I'm saying now, like I played this random festival in Mexico called Corona Capital. It was like when I first moved here. And I was exposed to some of these like stars that I guess became even bigger then. But it's like because I had that experience at that festival, it's like I just look at them as like, oh yeah, it's just that person I ran into at the festival, even though now they're like this really big name artist kind of thing. And there's just still this kind of like I went to this, there's a really great bar. Well, it's technically a record shop / bar called Permanent Records Roadhouse in Cypress Park, and really great spot. And they have a shit ton of records. They have this kind of like almost kind of Twin Peaks Roadhouse vibe. They have live comedy, they have bands, they have DJs, stuff like that. And it's a cool spot. Like you can shop for records like at midnight if you want, But anyway, like they have people coming through there, and it's like, on my way out of music trivia one night, it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the person that produced a bunch of Elliott Smith stuff. And he, mixed the first early Beck stuff and produced Rubberneck from Toady. It's like really random reference points where for whatever reason, at some point, it's like I recognize that person specifically, know the name, but then everyone around is like, who the hell are you talking about?
Would you be more inclined to talk to like a person that's like a deep cut because they probably get recognized a lot less frequently?
I don't know. It's weird because I do empathize with, what Colin was saying actually before about that person playing Dr. Mario, right? Where he waited to say. So I actually had somewhat of a similar thing, but it was from the place of respect. So I was working at a restaurant, and this is the only time I'll use a name here. So I was waiting on Barry Jenkins, who he did Moonlight and If Beale Street Could Talk, and it was around that time. Like I'd just seen If Beale Street Could Talk, and he was I was working at Nomad at the time and on the roof, and it was one of those things like he was just low key chilling, and I waited just to the end of service because I didn't want to make him feel. I didn't want him to feel bad or weird while he was just trying to enjoy. He was on his laptop writing and just having a cocktail, chilling. And I didn't want to like break that barrier, but I did wait till after I dropped the check, and I just said, hey, by the way, I really appreciate everything you did. I think Moonlight is an incredible film. Thank you so much for making that. And he was like, hey man, that's awesome. He's like, what's your name? And like, we just kind of just started chatting, and it was really nice. It was such a great exchange.
That's cool.
And he came back another time, and it was just like, we just kind of had that rapport. And it's just, I think that's kind of the closest thing I have like on memory right now of like where everyone, because it boils down to the fact that we're really all human beings and we all come from somewhere, and there's no limits. However, it's like there are these times where you do have to kind of scale some of that back, depending. Very similarly to, working in catering, where in the pre-shift meeting, like they're literally telling all these actors we work with, like, do not hand off scripts to anyone tonight. Do not give your business card. Do not do like. I mean, I hate the corporatization of everything all the time, but I think that's just really funny because they're just like literally. So at some point, someone handed a script to fucking Samuel L. Jackson while he's literally trying to have a fucking past hors d'oeuvre, and he's just like, "What?" or whatever. It's just like
bad form.
Like people do that, and that's what I'm trying to say. There is this balance of like you could just let it be, and recognize that it's just we're all humans.
Well, you handled that classy, I think. Kyle, I think you're being too hard on Dr. Mario. I think he was just working up the courage.
No, how do I put this?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to.
I
bring that up because I don't think there's anything wrong with what Colin has to say about that, because I do fully understand the disingenuous nature of that. It's very different for me to be waiting on someone providing a service, doing that, and then waiting. It's very, very different than what he said about the Dr. Mario
that's
thing.
a good. That's a fair point.
Well, I lament this. And we'll go after this because I know we're going really long. I'm sorry. I lament this. I've lamented this recently as I've withdrawn from like social media more and more and kind of just been more reclusive and kind of just more involved in my real life, is that I miss when it's not about becoming famous or well known or whatever. It's just like when you're in a space and you can't really be in that space anymore because you're not looked at as a normal member of the space anymore. You're a person that will now be attacked or has some sort of stake in it or whatever. And so I can't just be a fan of games anymore, really. You know, like I used to be. I always said, like, I was a forum kid. I was a GameFAQs kid. I love just typing away and talking about things. And it's just the environment these days. I lament that that's lost. And so I was pissed off at that moment in the arcade, in that bar arcade, because I was like, I felt like I was having a genuine moment where it's like, it didn't matter. It was like over something different.
Yeah.
I had a very similar moment earlier in my life with an ex of mine where we went and saw Dredge, actually. And a kid there, like a guy, and he was a nice guy. I don't know if he listens anymore. It doesn't really matter. Like, this was a long time ago. This was probably 12 years ago. But we were at the Dredge show in San Francisco. My ex wasn't feeling well, and we were going to take the Muni home. And then this guy was like, "Oh, I'll give you a ride home." And I was like really skeptical about it not because I'm not one of these guys that's like, "You're going to break into my house and fucking kill me." I only had a couple people that I thought might do that. But I was just like, I don't know. I don't like. I want to have like my own barrier in my own life. But like, she wasn't feeling well. She's like, "Please, like, let's." And so we did this, and he ended up asking for my number, and like I had to kind of give it to him in that moment, right? And he would text me once in a while, and then I would kind of answer, and then I just started ignoring him, and I probably ignored over years 20 texts or so until he stopped texting me. And years. Years. And I'm not trying to be mean about it, and I hope he's not listening. If he is, I hope he doesn't take it personally. It's like a kind of. It's an awkward position where I just have an organic, like, you can't just help me out. Now we got to be this, like, now we got to force this friendship because my girlfriend wasn't feeling well. And I've realized that I can't really have it all these different ways. And so I just have to kind of continue to be reclusive. And I like that. And I can only imagine people with real fame and fortune, what they do. But Chris, are you I know we're going long. Are you satisfied with the topic?
Yeah, no, I think it went into some crazy places.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
I was going to ask you for your closing comments. I'll go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's almost Barbie time. So.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm excited for you. Have fun. Looking forward to seeing that myself. Dagan, goodbye.
It's nice to be back in a world of not being asphyxiated and tense.
Yeah, right on.
Thanks for having me back.
You're welcome. And Ramon, welcome back to the show. Glad you were able to do this with us today. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I know I can get kind of passionate about some of this stuff, so I appreciate you guys hearing me out, because sometimes there needs to be some sort of outlet for this,
Yeah,
dude. Chris, it's really nice to meet you, and
yeah,
I'm sure I'll see you around soon. And thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, good to have you guys all together. I like this collection of people. I think people will like that this episode was extra meaty, so glad to deliver it to you. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Remember, new merch over at laststandmedia.store, including new Constellation merch, but a lot of other things as well. We can't do any of this without your support over there and on Patreon, etc. So thank you for that. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye. Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.